Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. We are doing a special show tonight remembering 9/11 and remembering everybody whose lives were lost that day, whose lives were impacted by that day, and then also talking about where we were and going into a little bit of the theories about what really into that day. So thank you to everybody who's here. I've got Bran, Landon, and Tiff from Unspecified Podcast, and Bonnie up here with me, and some other people who will be coming. I'll post the link so that people who want to come up to share can come up, and also you can be sharing in the chat where you were on that day. And that would just be a good time to kind of look back and remember together, such an important day in history. All right, well, we're going to start off with a video that's kind of sort of the mainstream narrative about that day, and just sort of look back and remember a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up, and then I'll just be highlighting comments from the chat and kind of in the chat for a few minutes while we watch. Can you make that big screen, Bran?
The cockpit's not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class. And I think there's mace that we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked. Which flight are you on? Boston to Los Angeles. Hello?
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll danger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise manifest.
September 11th unfolded from clear blue skies, perfect cool weather in Florida, and the president went for an early morning jog.
How far did you go altogether? 4.5. 4.5 miles? I think so. Very solid.
I went down to get into the president's motorcade, and it was on the ride from the hotel to the elementary school that the first plane hit. I remember Ari turning around in the van and saying, "Michael, do you know anything about a plane hitting the World Trade Center?"
We were just pulling up to the school when the first tower had been hit. He had a quizzical look on his face. Was it bad weather? He was a pilot. Didn't make sense.
Get ready. More. Yes, more. Get ready. Light. Yes, light. Get ready. Light.
While President Bush sat in the Emma Booker Elementary School classroom in Sarasota, Florida, his staff was scrambling for information. At just after 9 a.m., Chief of Staff Andy Card interrupted the reading.
The teacher told the students to take out their books. I whispered into his right ear, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack."
So I wrote on the back of a yellow legal pad, "Don't say anything yet." I put my back to the press corps and I flashed the card to the president. He made one of those little nods like that.
Thank you, President. You can step out the door we came in, please.
Mr. President, are you aware of the reports of the plane crash in New York? Is there anything? Talk about it.
Thank you all. You can step out the door we came in.
And then we got the press out of the room where the reading was being done, assembled in the holding room.
Immediately, we have what is commonly called the fog of war.
As the president's on a secure phone, the rest of us are working our phones, trying to figure out what we can figure out, starting to work on a statement for the president to deliver. It was controlled chaos in that room, and it was information gathering under immense pressure.
I saw a large plane, a jet, going immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center. It just flew into it, into the other tower, coming from south to north. I watched the plane fly into the World Trade Center.
We're just getting initial reports of that. And again, we must tell you that we're trying to get as much information, but it is trickling in.
After a brief televised address, Bush and his entourage sped toward the Sarasota airport.
Normally, a motorcade goes like 40 miles an hour. We got on the highway and we were doing 85 miles an hour. Little was said.
In the car, Bush learned a third plane had been hijacked and flown into the Pentagon.
Phone rang, and the president picked it up and began talking. And I could only hear one side of the conversation, but I knew it was bad when he said his Rumsfeld alive.
We got back to the airport, and I remember seeing Air Force One ringed by Secret Service agents with automatic weapons visible. And I had never seen that before. I remember getting on the plane, and I remember the plane taking off much more rapidly than it usually took off and ascending at a very steep angle.
The president wanted to get back to Washington. He thought it was important for the nation to see the president back in Washington. At the same time, it was the last thing the Secret Service would ever want to happen.
We did not want to bring the president back into what, frankly, was a war zone. There were F-15s circling the White House, armored vehicles, light tanks. The Pentagon had blown up. Most of the city had been evacuated. We didn't know what was yet to happen. The White House might be a target for such an airplane attack.
In the president's absence from Washington, Vice President Dick Cheney assumed operational control of the federal government from a secret bunker under the White House, where he was patched through to Air Force One.
There were several occasions when the vice president was talking to the president, they got cut off. The communications were frustratingly primitive.
Straining to hear each other, Bush and Cheney discussed what to do with planes still in the air, some of which were not communicating with ground control. Bush directed Cheney to ground every flight in U.S. airspace. But one plane did not heed the order.
United Flight 93 was not responding to communications and was now headed toward Washington, D.C.
After consulting with Cheney, Bush authorized fighter jets to shoot down United Flight 93.
It was quiet around the table because everybody appreciated the gravity of that moment. We were dispatching the U.S. military to shoot down a civilian aircraft loaded with innocent Americans.
The region commander has declared that we can shoot down aircraft that do not respond to our direction. Copy that?
Copy that, sir.
Vice President has cleared.
We didn't hear anything about what happened to it for some time until eventually we heard that it turned out it was a bunch of brave American civilians who brought that plane down on their own.
Although the president insisted on returning to Washington, the Secret Service remained adamant that it was not yet safe. After a brief stop to refuel in Louisiana, Air Force One, flying at 45,000 feet and zigzagging to avoid a possible missile attack, headed for Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska.
We put him in one of the most secure places we could, the headquarters of Strategic Command. We had a video set up so that we could talk to him, and we could see him walking into the bunker, very determined. He sat down, and before anybody could say anything, he looked at us up on the TV screens and said, "I am coming back to Washington. Don't argue with me. I'm coming back now."
By 4:30 p.m., Air Force One was headed back to Washington.
I'll never forget the images arriving into DC airspace on Air Force One with two fighter jets so close to our wings you could see the stubble of the beard of the pilot. And then to look down on our nation's capital and it just be deserted and seeing smoke billowing out of the Pentagon. You could have heard a pin drop on that airplane. In all the chaos, it was eerily silent.
Finally back at the White House, Bush and his team readied the most important speech of his presidency so far, which he would deliver to the nation that night.
There was a lot of debate internally about what was the appropriate message. It was certainly clear to President Bush that his presidency was fundamentally altered on that day.
2 minutes.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts.
Midway through the speech, Bush made a statement that would lay the groundwork for a sweeping war on terror, shifting the course of American foreign policy and defining his presidency.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
In the span of just over 12 hours, a president who had been scorned as inexperienced and unprepared, overshadowed by his father, and unappreciated by the country, had been thrust into a crisis the likes of which few presidents had ever faced.
He became a war president, as he would put it. The nation rallied because we were attacked. But I think the nation also had question marks about its 9-month-long president at that point. Who are you? What will you do?
Thank you, Brian, for sharing that. Rescue and Virginia, thanks for coming up. Glad you guys are here.
You know, it being sponsored by PBS, we always like to take acronyms like that and insert our own definitions. So I'm like pure bull poop, you know? George W. Bush, pure bull poop. Just kidding.
What's up, Rescue?
Right. Rescue, I think you muted yet.
Yeah, I was just letting y'all talk.
Thanks for being up here. Rescue, you did an amazing tribute. I really loved hearing you do the fireman's prayer. I have that pulled up to share here in a little bit too.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
I'd highlighted some of these comments from people, and I want to just go through real quick. I saw JDC said, Indy, I was 2,580 feet underground. And he said, I live 2 blocks from an Air Force base. When the F-18s lift off, I can't hear a thing. If they go left, oh, okay. So he was talking about the sound there. But yeah, JDC, I wanted to hear more about that and what you're doing underground and how that came about. I saw a couple other people. Hope said, I was in my high school. I walked into my English class and saw it. Random JL said, skip first period, walking into second period, psychology class. Sat in the first row right in front of the TV and saw the second plane hit. Chrissy Cat said, I was in Texas and just cried my eyes out. Hope said, my dad was on his way to the airport, so when we heard about Pennsylvania, we didn't know if it was his plane, but he didn't even make it to in the airport. So it sounds like that was probably a good thing then in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blessing.
Cherokee, Mammy. There's a lot of stories like that have come out. Cherokee Mammy said, I was going to a friend for her son, 8 months pregnant with my youngest daughter. Jerry Lee said, oops. San Diego on a road trip for work. Got there the next morning. We were attacked from within. I won't say that last part, but there you can read it. Yep. And
I was in 9th grade on my way to general business class, and the teacher was like, they got the second tower. I had no clue what she was talking about. I was like, oh, really? Cool. But I had no clue what she was talking about. And then I got into the class, and she had the TV on, and that was...
Hey,
Yeah.
everybody. Hey.
Yeah. Hey. Off the wall, glad that you're here. Thanks for coming up and joining me. It's the first time you've been up on panel with me. It's great.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. It's been a long night. Been a long day for me. But
I met... Oh, can you guys hear me okay? Sorry. If my internet's being funny tonight, I am not trying to talk over anybody or, just let me know if things are being weird, okay? But I was going to say, Off the Wall Prepper, you were one of the first channels that I started watching way back when. I'm sure I met you. and it's just really good to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going on what, going on 3, 4 years that I've been on YouTube, but as many people know, I got the slam down. And so I had to rebuild and start over. And but the channel's growing. I hate it though, Indy, because I lost so many people that like I really care about. I mean, that's the thing, is like we get so used to seeing people in our chat, getting to know them, and then boom, they're gone, and it's like, because of the powers that be. And the crazy thing is, and I want to put a warning out to, any channel creator, is they went back 11 months on a monetized video and got me.
Yeah.
11
Yeah.
11 months. 11 months, y'all.
That's
Crazy.
the one strike that I've had was for a video that was almost 2 years old. They're hard.
Right. Well, as they change the goalpost,
I've
they
heard,
change the
yeah, right. Yeah, and people will get strikes even for hidden videos or private videos. I mean, things that are, people can't even really see. Even if they're just on their channel, they'll still get strikes for them. So,
Yeah.
I think none of us are
we're
too
still
surprised
here.
by that at this point anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right?
That's about the truth, isn't it? They really don't. They don't. Well, I heard a really good scenario. They said that they didn't want, like, the powers that be don't want prepping and homesteading channels on YouTube because we're competition. And I think that hits it on the head, because like we're talking to people about things that they should or could do to make things better as we watch the United States start falling, and it is falling.
Yeah.
However we look at it, the United States is falling. And we're when they roll in bricks with a gold backed currency, that's when we're all going to be like, that's probably when we're gonna all take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I mean, if it gets to that point, it either has to be, revolution or we're under the boot,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Carl. Oh, yeah, exactly. Dana says, I can't look at him at Bush without seeing the picture of him sitting on the White House floor playing with paper airplanes and towers of Jenga blocks, which was a painting that was at the Epstein household, or however you want to say that, den of iniquity in New York, along with the painting of Clinton in his blue dress.
What? Oh, wow. Yeah, but
Have you seen those? It's a fact.
I seen yeah, but also there's like some really interesting things about the day that Bush was sitting in that classroom. On Telegram, they
Mhm.
posted out some videos, and I was like, whoa, because the media and everybody else only showed a little part of it where you're like, where he was whispering in his ear like this just happened. But there was a lot more leading up to that as well, and that was a pretty interesting video. Definitely interesting
Yeah.
video.
Well, we have
Even
some
up to,
videos.
like-
We'll be playing a little bit of, in a little bit, we'll be playing some videos too. We're kind of starting off, just to give you guys an idea. We're kind of starting off with more of like the mainstream coverage, what a lot of us remember from that day, but then also from the weeks and months and years that have followed. And then kind of going along with that, we'll be sharing where we were on September 11th in the chat and up on panel, and then going into more of like the conspiracy type stuff about it, or what we think really happened.
You mean the truth?
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much, yep. Yep. Yes. Thank you, Anti and Finding Kino Mike, for being here and dropping links. Appreciate you both. And to all my mods helping out, thank you very much.
Well, I think as we head into this topic, like, there are numerous theories about how, why, what, who was involved, all of that. But I think one thing that we should all recognize from the start is that innocent people died, and whether just on the ground or in the sky or in the building, whatever, right? Innocent people did die. And well-intended people did run into those buildings trying to help. And it's really easy to get into the rabbit holes, and it's a slick slope getting in there, you know, because we're all about it. And I totally agree. But then there's always something deep down in my heart where I'm like, oh, there are people who really suffered for a long time, or, you
Yes.
know, died right away or suffered later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had the same exact thoughts, Virginia. Thank you for saying that today while I was looking through videos, and yesterday too. And, you know, it is, well, I'll just say this. I know before I was really aware of what was happening, you know, maybe 4 years back now, when I heard people talk about FFs, one of those things we're not supposed to say on here.
Yeah.
But when people talked about FFs, I always thought they meant that it didn't actually happen. I thought that it was something that was supposed to be like, you know, like people talk about for this, for example, the CGI planes, which, you know, maybe some people do believe that, but, or, you know, that there weren't actually planes, or that, you know, this one's a little harder, but I think, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like with some of those, when I heard it was an FF, I'd think, well, that's ridiculous. Of course that actually happened. So it's not an FF, you know, but now I understand it just means it was something that was planned out and portrayed one way when really it was for another. It was for a purpose. It was allowed to happen or made to happen in order to serve a greater purpose. And that's factually proven. You know, I mean, we can go back and look at things in history that, you know, our government's done to manipulate situations, and usually to get the war machine rolling. So
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
That's really
most definitely.
Even Pearl Harbor, if you look at it, which I'm
Well,
not saying
well-
Pearl Harbor was a FF, but I'm saying that they knew they were given warning that the attack was going to happen, and they did nothing because they needed a foothold to enter World War II. They needed a reason to get into World War II, and we won't get into all of that, but it's just to that point, you know.
Yeah.
Like Indy said, that an FF is essentially, it did happen. People did suffer or die. And it just basically the mainstream narrative isn't true. What they tell everyone isn't exactly how it went down.
Right.
Right.
It's not the truth.
Kind of like Lahaina.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even a certain boom in Oklahoma, if y'all remember. You know, that's a whole rabbit hole in and of itself.
There's so many of them. That's the
There's
problem.
so many.
That's
Can
how
I
they
ask?
operate.
Is that Virginia Roots up here? Is that who that is?
Oh no,
Yes.
this is
No, that's Virginia Roots.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I thought you meant.
No. That's Virginia Roots with the yellow flower, isn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, it's been a long
AKI
time.
retired ventriloquist.
Well, no, I was like, that yellow flower has got to be, and then you said Virginia, and I was like, that's got to be Virginia Roots. And it's been a long time. Nice to see
Yeah,
you
it has.
in our own avatar way.
For sure.
I want to say that, like,
Yeah.
I can't stay on here long tonight. I'm going to stay for a while, but I want to say something. I'll never forget ever. And if you don't mind me telling, Indy, you know, I'm prior Navy, and I remember that morning, and one of my employees called me, and he said, "KJ, turn on the TV, turn it on now." And I was like, "What's going on?" And I turned it on as I seen the first plane come into the tower, and it was like it had already happened, and the second one was headed there, and my heart sank, and I thought, my God, that, you know, this country is we're under attack from someone. And as the years have went by, of course, we all see so many different things, right? And we've learned and opened our eyes to different things that have happened. But I want to say that it really made me just my heart sink. And when you've seen how many people died in the towers, and then on top of it, how many people did that cause more pain to once it went over to the other country, and how many people lost their lives there for all this nonsense. And that was, you know, that's the thing that you look at, the total loss of life on both sides over money, greed, and power. And that's, you know, that's the thing that got to me as the years unfolded around the towers of 9/11, is that it just really made us, it should make us all think about what is really happening. Just like with Maui, you know, I'll be very light about this, but one thing that I brought up about them as soon as it happened is I was like, why are we not accounting for the children? Where are the children? And there's a lot coming
Yes.
out. There's a lot coming out if you open your eyes about that as well. So
Yep.
you just spoke. You just spoke about Jeffrey, and you know that's where I'll stop that right there, so we don't have any problems. But you know, it is.
Yeah.
There's always something bigger. And I do understand on a military aspect, being prior Navy, that of course they're not going to tell the whole story to the public because why would the United States, why would the average American get behind conflicts or want to go join the military if you knew the whole picture, you know?
Right.
And we do on a, I always look at the conspiracy as well, but you know, on a down to earth prepping preparedness level, it would be a bad move for the United States or any military to come forward and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it, and we're going to go over and take their oil, or we're going to go over and take their gas or their resources. And so, because the United States people would never be behind that. But I think, I can't remember what the number was, but the number is huge. How many people lost their lives, not only in the United States, but abroad as well.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you
a
for
really good point.
mentioning that. Yes.
Yeah, it's a really good thing to remember and bring up. Yeah, and also, I mean, the repercussions of that day. I mean, there's so many, and we'll be talking about that, I'm sure, throughout the night. But one of them was the division that it caused. I mean, I remember, and actually, in going through videos, and as you watch tonight, look at the unity of the people on the street. I mean, in New York, it's obviously a very diverse city. You can see so many images, people of all different races, all different. You can tell in some cases different socioeconomic backgrounds, different styles of clothing. I mean, just different differences, and they didn't matter, at all in that moment, of course, right? But then from that, that unity, united we stand, divided we fall, and that momentum that moved forward from that. But from that, we started that division. Remember, that was when people started looking at people who were East as a threat, and it was something that was an awful time in what happened in our country in some aspects, and how much of that was pushed by that, pushed on us as a narrative that many of us didn't realize we were. I didn't feel that way, but I know that there were plenty that did, and it's still hard to even wish what of that was propaganda and what of it wasn't. But I know people that were personally impacted by that, and then we look at what's happening today and the division that they're causing with our mainstream narratives again. There's so many, Constitution Bet, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming up on panel.
Hello, Patriots. I know it's been a long time. It's been a really hard crucible for me this past couple months. I got let go from my job as a teacher. I'm in the job market, but things are looking better. And honestly, I'm definitely in a better mental place. So it's all good.
Amen.
It's good to see you.
Good. Yeah. Going through it. We're in similar situations. I've been wanting to reach out and talk with you. We'll have to connect sometime.
Absolutely.
Just kind of catch up. Yeah. Oh, 15. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the super chat. Sending love and hugs and prayers. Awesome. Thank you so much, 15. Much love to you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, does anybody up on panel want to share where you were on September 11th? What you remember from that?
Really
Off the
gonna
wall
date me.
pepper or constant. I just know you guys aren't gonna be able to stay for very long. Yeah. If either of you want to go first.
If you don't mind, I can go.
Oh, Dana.
Rocket.
Yeah, so I was in 8th grade, and I was in Mr. Baird's U.S. history class. And I remember this is back when you had the old crappy TVs in the corners of the old school classrooms. And I remember because we were in the classroom doing a normal lesson, and our principal came on the intercom, and he said, "All teachers, stop teaching. Turn the TVs right now." That's it. That's all we got. So Mr. Baird turned on the TV, and I was in 8th grade. I was a stupid kid. I didn't know what was going on, but all the news stations were covering it, and I remember all of it pretty vividly. And school shut down, and I remember everyone's parents came. School stopped, right? And my dad taught at the high school next door, so I just walked to his classroom, and we just stayed in his classroom, and everyone else just left. But I remember everything just shut down, and it wasn't until a few weeks later that I was fully able to comprehend what all happened. But yeah,
Mhm.
it was that event that made me join the military in 2006.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you for your service. And did you find that a lot of people joined around then because of the events of that day?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just
Yeah.
and when I went in the early 2000s, and we all know how the culture was, and I'll be honest. I mean, 2000 to 2010, that was a good decade because on one hand, you had a lot of anger. There was still a lot of issues in our country, obviously, but at the same
Mhm.
time, in my opinion, social media was just starting. And people weren't
Yeah.
as addicted to it as they are now. Smartphones were just becoming a thing. I mean, people still knew how to keep themselves disconnected from all the garbage that comes out nowadays digitally. But yeah, that's what made a lot of people join, was just the anger. It was Pearl Harbor all
Go
over
out to
again.
the Middle East. Did you go
What
to
was
the
that,
Middle?
Roots?
Did you go to the Middle East?
I did, yeah. So my job, and I was in the Air Force. My job worked on the flight line, so I was flight line operations, and
Mhm.
so I went to Qatar, Kirkuk, Iraq, Kandahar, Afghanistan. So when all that crap happened, it hit me personally, and I have a lot of close friends of mine that served in Afghanistan, and so that's still a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, but you were an Airedale too. I was an Airedale also.
Really?
I was I was in the Navy though. I was
Okay.
stationed. And this will make me feel really old. I went into the military in 1983. I got out in '89. I was stationed out in the Channel Islands on San Clemente Island, which is off the coast. They called
Gotcha.
it the Rock. I thought I was going to have to go to Diego, but they sent me to it was still just as bad. It was bad, but I enjoyed my service there, and I would do it all again. But I think also the one thing that you kind of brought up that we need to think about is like what happened after September 11th with the Patriot Act and being
Yeah.
able to eavesdrop on people and all the things, all the freedoms that we've had, and especially even with the jabby, the Kool-Aid of the month,
Mm.
what has happened with all the freedoms, the first, now the attack of the second. I mean, there's so many things under attack in the United States. And that's what I sit back and look at, like, how did it escalate to this point that
Yeah.
it's so
Absolutely.
we're almost to I believe that we're without a rule of law. We are there. We're there. And it's just the tipping point. It's the tipping point.
Well,
We were all so scared. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We were all so scared after 9/11, and I say we all collectively, not one specific, but we were all made to be so scared after 9/11. We were practically begging them for the surveillance, for the big brother technology that they
Yep.
Trojan horsed in
Yep.
on 9/11 coattails, like we were practically begging for it. Do you remember when you used to be able to fly and meet your party like at the gate where they were
That was
coming
a
out?
joke. Yeah,
That's
security was
so
a
like,
joke.
like that's almost as barbaric as somebody smoking inside their house now.
Yep.
And these all used to be
Not
freedoms.
like if you were to see someone like in a restaurant light up a cigarette, it would be so
Be like,
foreign. It would be like, what are
Yeah,
you doing?
I say that satirically, in your own house, you should be able to do what you want. But as a society, we have grown so accustomed to not seeing that anymore that even myself, who totally believes in your rights to do, to govern yourself, I am taken back for a moment when I see somebody smoking inside, just because it's like, oh yeah, I forgot people do that.
It's always good to watch a good Die Hard
Yeah.
movie, lighting up a cigarette on the airplane.
Happy trails, Hans.
Yippee-ki-yay.
No,
So now,
but
not only did
Yeah.
Bush get his war that he so desperately wanted,
Was it?
but we also got all this, Big Brother technology and funding for it, and then we got enthusiastic soldiers that were really soldiers, not. And I don't mean that
Ooh,
to
yeah.
dishearten, but it was not the same as what we have now.
Modern day classifications and
Yeah.
qualifications have been somewhat lowered.
Well, it's
Somewhat.
It's
Yeah.
interesting. It's interesting about this topic because when I enlisted in the Air Force in July of 2006, I was young, I was stupid, I was naive. I'm glad I served. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad I signed up. But back then, in my mind, serving your country and trusting the government were one and the same.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
because I went in with the same mindset that happened in 2020. Oh, it's the government. They have our best interests in mind. I can trust them. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I was 18 years old. I wanted to serve. But it wasn't until after I got out of the military and stopped being government property that I went to college. I started thinking. I started studying history. And the more I studied history, the more I realized, wait a second. Hold on. Wait, that doesn't add up. Then I start asking questions. You can't do that in the military. You can't just dig and ask questions.
You follow
And so-
orders. You
Right.
follow orders.
And
Period.
so now I realize you can still love your country, support the military, and serve your country, and hate the government.
Mhm.
That's right.
It's totally possible now.
That's right. Imagine Germans, right around the time World War II was, like at one point, don't forget, it was illegal to help Jewish people, and it was legal to turn them in and send them to concentration camps. So what's legal, what's right, and are not always the same thing.
Just
I mean,
because
yeah,
something's
absolutely.
illegal doesn't make it wrong, and just because something's legal doesn't make it right.
Right. Which is somewhat
May I ask
digressed,
a
but
question?
overall to the point.
We got Indy back.
Yep, for now, you guys.
And
Somebody toss her a line.
Murphy's Law, hard at work.
there was overall
May I
a lot
ask
of
a veteran?
cognitive dissonance since 9/11. You know what I mean? Because people started waking up and starting to understand, okay, yes, historically we have seen a lot of incidences where governments have turned against their people, and so we know that it's capable of happening, but yet when we see things like Lahaina and things like that, we still don't want to go to that. We don't want to say, oh, okay, I can see that this was clearly something that, it's not ending up, 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. So what's going on, but it's still hard to put that together. It's hard, you can both know that your government can lie and trust them when an emergency happens, because that's how half truths work, right? They have to be helpful or truthful at least half of the, I shouldn't say half of the time, it's not a specific number, but they have to be helpful part of the time, or else everybody would call it and say, okay, this isn't working.
Yeah.
Or at least you hope. But anyway, I'll shush now, sorry.
No. The one thing I want to say about Maui, that was really disturbing to me, is that all these people are losing their livelihood, their home, they lost their homes. And I understand, my brother worked at Katrina when that happened for almost 2
I was
years.
just going to mention that.
And yeah, he worked down there, and I understand from a military aspect and from a security aspect not letting people go back in to that zone. But what's really interesting is the fencing that they're putting up. Why?
Yep.
Why I like to ask why, and I like to try to figure out why they're doing something, and that really just sets uneasy with me, that they would put up a fence so that people couldn't even see what's going on in there. And also, if you really watch some of the videos that are out, it's very interesting because most people have come to the conclusion so far, it's about 1,200 degrees to burn a forest, which I live in the middle of. And it's very interesting how things just were gone, completely gone, from cars to alloy wheels and stuff. And so, like, I don't know, I think that we have come to this information age, and I think we're in a revolution now regarding information that people they can't take everybody down, and they can't stop us from talking, even if, like how they took off the wall prepper down, it didn't stop what was going on. It just, more and more channels keep popping up because they can't stop us all from seeking the truth. And that's all I want. I think that we need to come together as humanity, not as a Republican, not as a Democrat, not as a libertarian, whatever political party, but as humanity, because the things that we're seeing are not just happening in the United States, they're happening all around the world. I just had one of our ladies check in from Australia. They're limiting their cash that they can get withdraw. I had one of my other ladies check in tonight from Germany, and they're having a lot of issues over there, from rolling blackouts to ATM situations. And we're going to see more and more of this. I think that in the United States, we need to prep for the long haul. We need to prep like freeze dried food, things for the long haul. And the skills are going to be the most important thing, because the gear and the food is going to disappear. And without the skills, many people are going to be left out in the cold. And I don't want to see any of my brothers and sisters perish from starvation. So learning the skills is really important.
Here's one big difference, though. When you compare us to the other countries you mentioned, we're the only country where the citizenry are armed.
Yeah, very
That's
true.
a big factor.
But look what look what they just did in New Mexico this week. And thank God, we have to thank God. We have to thank God, though, Constitution vet. Like,
right.
honestly, we have to thank God that there's still some decent people in the government that are saying no, that you can't do that. And we need more of those good people. But who wants to go into the government? I'm not. Don't elect me for nothing. I ain't going. I'm not doing it.
Prime
Have already
example of the
said we're not
power of the
following that.
sheriff.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple sheriffs are like, we're not going to follow that. That's stupid.
Yeah.
But look, then you're
Goes to show the power of vote local.
May I ask a question to Constitution vet, please? Okay, so, and thank y'all for what y'all did. I know that it was not easy to be in at that time, before that and after, but the countries that you mentioned. So, did you notice a hatred for Americans in those countries? The different cultures?
In the desert, when I was over there, I guess?
Yes.
So here's what's interesting. In Qatar, not at all. Qatar is extremely modern, very progressive. In Iraq was interesting because when I was in Kirkuk, I know we were doing a big push to train local Iraqis to rebuild their new air force. Obviously, Iraq and Afghanistan, you're not going to have a complete buy-in by the culture. But what I can say, though, Iraq was so much easier to actually do good in because they already had an infrastructure. Saddam Hussein, as much of a monster as he was, he at least had an infrastructure. They had highways. They had like actual power grids. Afghanistan was a shit show from the very beginning. Pardon my language. It's mountains. It's people living in caves. It's warring tribes. They only have 2 highways in the entire country. So when you're trying to have these PRTs, these provincial reconstruction teams, actually go out and try to rebuild these small villages, what was so hard is you're trying to make fire out of marshmallows. You're not using flint. You're trying to tell a country that's been doing its way for a long time how to do something completely new. And then when we just dip out, like do a whole nother Saigon like Vietnam, it goes right back to where it was. Taliban control. So
Well, you're
I
trying to change the culture.
Yeah. So I mean, to be, we were doing some good in Afghanistan. I saw that we were doing some good in Afghanistan, but the problem with Afghanistan is more like Vietnam than Iraq was, in my opinion. But
So they were already warring with someone else before y'all even got there.
I honestly saw more support from the locals in Iraq than I ever did in Afghanistan. Now, to be fair, that's just from my small window of view.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering that.
Sorry about my connection, you guys. This is a mess. I might end up doing it from my phone here in a little bit, but we'll stick with it here for a second. I am still hearing most of what you guys are sharing. I'm kind of jumping between my phone and my laptop, but I apologize. I keep getting booted. Thank you for the questions you're asking too, Bonnie. It's good to hear. Good information. How about you, Off the Wall Prepper? Did you want to share where you were on that day and how you?
Yeah, I kind of said
How
when I
you came to
first
find
came
out about
in.
it?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I was
Yeah,
in
more
Denver,
details.
Colorado, and one of my workers called me and said, turn on the TV, something big's happening." And I turned it on. I was like, "Whoa!" And that's when the first building was coming down. But I think most of us. I mean, I wonder in the chat. There's quite a few people here. Hit a 1 if you remember that day and where you were. Like, I'm always curious to see how many people really remember. I remember because I really thought the United States was under attack. My heart sank because when they, being an Airedale in the Navy. I always look to the sky and I'm always checking out the maritime and stuff like that. And I was like, whoa, when they took down all the planes, I was like, we're in trouble. And that's just how my heart felt. And I think that, look at how many ones are blowing up in the chat. I mean, I think a lot of people remember that day. I mean, I don't think that we'll ever forget it. And I think the most important thing is that we don't forget so many people that lost their lives in the midst of I'd say corruption. you know,
Mm-hmm.
It
I
was one of
absolutely
those.
remember.
Yeah, yeah. You
Even
do too, Bonnie. You remember?
well,
Yeah.
I'm old, so yes. And my son, I was actually asleep on the couch, and my son came in and he said, "Why aren't you watching the TV?" And I said, "Why? I don't watch TV." And he said, "You might wanna." And so when we started watching it, I mean, it was just, yes, it was, to me, we were under attack. I was just crying like crazy. And so at the same time, I was on whatever social media group we had at that time, may have been MySpace, ancient. And I'm in a small community, 1,500 people. And so there was even a few people here that were posting on there that they were trying to get a hold of parents or family members to see if they were alive in New York. And so it was just really hard watching the response of everyone. And then even the 1 year anniversary was at that time I was working at the newspaper. My ex-husband was working National Park, and we had a memorial. Well, we had memorials all over the place. And it is something that will truly never be forgotten by this community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A sad day in American history. Another one. Another sad day in American
Yes.
history.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Absolutely.
so when the song came out, of course, the anger was there, part of the mourning process. And so when the song came out, it was definitely, yes, we need to go kick some butt. And
Yep.
sadly, I don't know. Mixed feelings about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I grew up on an Air Force base, and so I was living on an Air Force base in North Dakota and going, my high school was about 20 miles away downtown. And when it happened, I was at school, I was in ninth grade. And it took, I think, 5 hours to get back onto the base that day, and subsequently for like 2 weeks afterwards. Because whereas before, when you go on an Air Force base, there's usually 2 gates at least, that are for, the general, like dependents and stuff like that. And so when you check in, usually they would just, before that, they would just check the driver's ID, and you were pretty good to go. It was very quick, fast, nothing to it. And then after that, it was like they were checking the driver's ID, they were checking everybody's in, they were doing random stop and searches. They were, it became a very big deal, and a lot of people lived off base, so the lines just became huge, and
Mm-hmm.
like for a while. Which, I mean, that's a small consequence, but it was just I remember that, and it was so interesting because like it seemed like lines just kind of for everything. That's when it started.
My
Yeah.
parents planned a trip to Washington D.C. before September 11th. They already had their tickets. They already had everything planned. Well, we still went in December of 2001, and I remember we went to Washington D.C. for the first time. My parents wanted to take me to see the National Mall, the museums, all that stuff. Well, my parents were not financially well off at all, so they saved up for a long time for this. They didn't want to cancel it. But we
Mm-hmm.
went into Washington, D.C. in December of 01, and I remember as a kid being at DFW, and all I remember seeing is just not police officers. I mean, like Air Force Reserve, Army Reserve guys guarding every single spot, fully tacked out, canines everywhere. And as a kid, I thought that was normal. I was like, oh, okay, this is totally normal. Okay, whatever. It wasn't, but I remember we got to
Mm-hmm.
DC, and in our hotel, our hotel was across the street from one of the embassies. I think the Swedish embassy. We could see snipers on the roofs. I remember seeing.
Wow.
I would just look around. I'm looking at all this cool shit, and I remember seeing barrels sticking out of windows. I remember seeing that everywhere, and I get it. It's, I totally got why it was like that. But that's my first experience in Washington D.C. was going there fully. Everything was locked down. We could still go places, but it was just so weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was a sophomore in college, and I was with my 2 roommates in my dorm room, and one of them woke me and my other roommate up with the news on, and it was just before the second plane hit. So I mean, it was just minutes before, and so we were watching, and I remember it was still, I was just waking up and trying to process what was going on, and then wasn't a movie or something. I had that kind of mindset of like, wait, what am I seeing? What is this really real? What is this? And then the second plane hit, and then I remember they immediately started scrolling underneath the title, "America is under attack." And that was the phrase, "America is under attack." As soon as that second plane hit, they knew it was intentional, and then I just remember like sitting glued, like watching the news and talking with some people in other dorm rooms, and all of our classes were canceled that day. And then the other thing I remember from that day was writing in my journal that I felt like I was in shock, and then writing that I also felt like the world had changed, but I wasn't sure exactly how. And not really being able to like wrap my mind around what was happening, and not knowing a lot of things I know now, obviously. But at that point in time, even after, not really asking, not even knowing what questions to ask about it, just sort of accepting what was told to us, like so many did. But yeah. And then The other thing that stands out to me was remembering how quiet it was. I remember when all of the flights were grounded and how it was just an eerie kind of almost like a solitude, because whenever I was outside walking across campus for the next few days, no sound in the sky, and everybody was somber, and most people were staying in watching TV. So it was just like a really, almost kind of like during lockdowns, it was like a ghost campus, and then once there were planes again, I remember feeling like nervous when I'd hear planes in the sky. But that's what I remember from that day.
I'm not sure if you guys know how that day is taught in schools. I'm curious to see if y'all do know, because from when I was a teacher, I remember normally when we cover 9/11, the minimum standard, it's just tell the kids what happened and that's it. I hated that. I wanted to go deeper. And so I mean, I got the parents' permission, and all the parents were totally cool with it. But I showed the kids actual raw footage from that day. I wanted my students to see everything, and because a lot of kids, they have no idea, they have no clue, and so
Yeah.
I remember one of my boss was like, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't show that." And I was like, "The parents want me to show it to them, so I don't care. I'm showing the kids this. I don't care if their parents want me to show it to them. I'm showing it to them." So I'm curious to see if you guys know how this is taught in public schools. I'm just curious about that.
No.
I would be curious to,
Yeah,
to
I'm
hear.
curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I taught younger grades, so I don't really know at the, higher grades what they say. I've never seen it
Considering
in any curriculum, honestly.
Mine are grown.
Considering the Boston Tea Party was reclassified as a tea, I don't want to say it on the YouTube, but is my son's class of the year that we had pulled him to do homeschool, they were learning about the Boston Tea Party, and it was listed as a tea attack.
Put it in private chat.
Right. Right.
Well, that was the best part about being a teacher. Every moment when I saw my kids start asking questions on their own, when they start thinking for themselves, it's like that's it. That's what I'm looking for. Don't just accept what you're being told. Ask questions, do your own research, do your own digging. And once you
Absolutely.
start asking questions, then you become a critical thinker. Then you can think for yourself.
Right.
I want to
good
say
work.
that, Indy, I got to get out of here. I have a long day tomorrow. I want to say thank you for inviting me up. You're always a pleasure. I like watching the show. I know you've watched several of my shows since when I first started, and nice to meet all of you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Virginia Roots, nice to see you again. It's been a long, long time, and nice
Yep.
to meet all you new people. I think the main thing, and it's kind of our motto at OTWP, is to keep doing the dang thing. Don't give up. Don't give in.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your head on a swivel and your boots on the ground, because this fall and winter going into election year, I think that we're going to see things that will probably make us all go, well, what the,
Yeah.
because
Mm-hmm.
it,
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
got there's a lot of recalls going on, but are those recalls for the real purpose or not? I question everything anymore, and I think the big thing is that if we can help our brothers and sisters, that's what we need to do. And so, a lot of us in the
Mm-hmm.
community are going to have to step forward with our boots on the ground to lift up our disabled, our elderly, our kids, and to protect people and to protect each other and stand shoulder to shoulder. It's time for us to unite as Americans and put the BS aside. So
Yes.
God bless y'all. God bless y'all from here in
Amen.
the
Absolutely.
Nice to
Bless
meet
you.
everybody. God
Thank you
bless
so
from
much
here in
for
the
being here.
Ozarks. You're
I
welcome,
wish I had
Indy.
God bless to you as well. Thank you, OTWP.
You're welcome. Big, huge prayer for hugs at you, Indy, and all in chat. God bless.
God
Hey,
bless
who-
you.
Yeah, thank you, Dragonflies, for being here, and everybody from the OTWP community. It's always good to see you guys over there, and thanks for being here too. Appreciate you all.
Word.
How about you, Rescue? Did you share already? Did I miss it?
What?
Where you were that day?
Where were you when the world
Man.
stopped turning?
Yeah, exactly.
I was actually sitting up there in the kitchen, and I was messing with some programming. I can't remember if it was one of the voice chat programs that was coming out back then. I had just had my first surgery on my neck, and the kids were in school, and that happened. And I immediately picked up the phone, called the missus, and said, "Go pick up the kids and come home." And so she picked them up and came home, and then we just kind of started to assess what was going on. And it was like, holy shit, are we really under attack? You know, what else is going next? And then there was nothing else following. So it was like, okay, then that started to die down. It just kind of, it was listening to what they were saying, and I kind of totally relate to CV. You know, it's hard to, I guess some people have, it's hard because you got to just totally disconnect with what you know now. To disconnect, you don't know anything. Go back to that day, and it was just you thought you could trust. You thought that there was a common good. It's like, surely this, you know. And so it was Patriot Act. You're not looking at the outcome. You know, you're just going, yep, go get somebody. Shit, man, find out who did that. Oh my God, 3,000 plus people just died. You know, look at the mass destruction. And just to remind people too, because those numbers get thrown around, and it's actually a lot more than 3,000, because what you don't hear about is all the next week's deaths from all the cloud pollution from the plume that went out. So you don't hear about those 1,000 or 2. So you're talking, you know, and it's just, man, it was just so hard to process that. And to be honest, man, I remember sitting there and I had the computer screen here, and I had that TV. She was on her way. And you just start watching people just say, fuck it, you know, and you go, oh my God. And your brain's trying to process being in that. But I've been in single floor structures. So that was my thing. I don't live in a city. So my stuff's all rural and in the woods, single, maybe 2-story there. So just imagining that, and it's like, yeah, you know, I guess you got no options. To be honest, I think they ought to just start in those high rises. They ought to start putting parachute packs along the windows. You know what? I don't care if you have any training or not. It's better than no chance at all. You know, it's like, shit, did I watch a Die Hard movie? Did I watch Bruce Willis put that shit? I think I can manage this shit, even if I have to tie it in a knot. If you can get out the window and it'll deploy, hey, whatever. You know,
Exactly.
Man, you try to process that, and it's like, can you imagine you're in this, you're sitting there and you're just doing your little shit. You got your little headset on, you're doing whatever, and all this, and then smoke is billowing. You can't see no more a foot in front of your face. You're bust out a window. You're leaning out as the only air you got. You start feeling the heat up your ass. It's either going to come on down from you or come up below you, and then that's your process. This is the only option, and there's no way you mentally connected that this is a possibility. It's just, but I you know, and I still remember that to this day. That just,
Yeah.
wow.
And the rescues, when they had all the ships and boats out there in the harbor, and those people were coming out just covered in that dust.
Oh, well, yeah, it's just like, man, the firefighters, I felt so bad because they go in and they got trapped in those spots, but the doors had busted open from the pressure of the collapse. So a lot of that windows had busted. So when that plume came, they just got absorbed, and some of them had already deployed their SCBA. So their tanks were already used up. You know, it just, I don't know, man. It's just so lethal. And that stuff, like I said, you don't even think about all that, but that plume went for a mile or 2 throughout all them city blocks. It just covered all that. And anybody breathing, look at the after effect when you got the news reporters are finally showing up going, oh my God, they're still walking through the dust of it. And people are like, oh my God. It's like, you're still breathing all that in.
Yep.
Pyroclastic flow.
Dude, imagine that, dude, the Twin Towers, and that's and I just go into this, but because I can kind of, I'm a mix of both. I'm a mix of the planes hit the thing. It was a deal, but there was also shady shit. I don't think there were charges on all the floors because I can visually see the explosions when you take, because I've been in house fires, man, and it'll trip you out. You get in some of these, people have weird habits and you don't realize that till there's a fire, but shit reacts to fire differently. And so like, the shows of hoarder, me and Roots have talked about hoarders before. Okay. Well, imagine what you're hoarding. Are you hoarding oily, greasy type stuff? Okay. Well, that's fixing to really be gnarly. Well, you take those floors of those offices, man, cleaning supplies, all the plastic furniture, all the electric wiring, just, there's so much shit. And it's melting, and it just starts, because I think the second plane actually did the majority of the damage, because it actually did like a cutting process through the inner structures. And see, I remember seeing that. It was like watching, because I forgot which show it was. There was some show and the person was down at the ground. And it's like when the first one hit, it was like, oh, wow. And then you start watching it, and then you see the second one come in. It just, I don't know. And then I will admit, I get a little flustered sometimes with some of the, I'm a lot better nowadays. Because it's like, if there was such a big focus on the big bad wolf, that did that, then how did Benghazi happen? Where were all the people that knew everything that happened then? Oh, I knew it. Well, then how come you didn't stop Benghazi? Because then you should have saw that one coming out of left field. Oh, well, I knew that too. Well, then how come you didn't stop this one? You should have seen this one coming left field. Well, I knew about that. And at some point, you kind of got to go, there's a lot of factors involved. It's like, personally, I don't think it was Bush on the towers. I think it was the deep state. Now that I've seen more in their action nowadays, these political figures are just name tags. That's your TV appearance name tags. Absolutely. These guys running the Halliburton, running the Raytheons, running those.
Yep.
Sorry if I shouldn't have said that, Indy, but
you're fine.
Those main names, that's what now is deep state. It's the corporations. It's money, and it's funny how that phrase "follow the money" goes with everything. No matter what you throw at that phrase, it connects.
Yep.
And it's like that. Follow that money. They're actually the ones calling the shots up there. They're the ones that have all the blackmail on them. They're the ones that have paved the way for all them. That's how people like Pelosi went from, $4 million to $167 million worth.
Yes.
That's how she got there. It's them. So who's really, when you talk about puppet strings, it's those corporate. We've corporatized America and everything about us, our military and everything. It's corporate. We need the war machine. Ukraine, this is a money funnel.
That's right.
We need Homeboy just sat here for the past few years and he rebuilt our industry, but yet he didn't provoke nothing. We all went into stall mode. This is kind of BS. So get him in there. We now instigate what was supposed to have taken place, because you forget what Obama initiated. That's when they took over that little administration.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with like most of what you said. Y'all let me know when you're ready to put on your tinfoil hats, though, okay?
Well, I'm sorry that soapbox
a-
just came by, and I guess I just
No, you
once the
did
valve
awesome.
opened,
You did
just start
awesome.
going,
Well, that's the thing, is that it all connects. I mean, I think that's the thing, is that now we're recognizing these patterns and what they do and these cycles. And so it's like, once you see it, you continue to see it over and over and over again in all different ways. And looking back, we can see it in so many ways too.
There are two things. There are two things that bring people together. There is tragedies like 9/11 that brought people together, and then there are things that take longer that bring people together. And what I'm talking about is when the current brain dead patient in chief got put in charge, people started asking questions. And over time, more and more people started coming together. Today, the word conservative is completely different than how it was 5-6 years ago.
Yes.
Today, barriers that used to exist are gone. I mean, holy crap, that pathetic RNC debate to me was the signal
Oh,
of the
yeah.
Republican Party dying. It's dead.
Yeah.
The old guard,
Yeah.
the old divisions that
Absolutely.
we used to have are gone. I mean, holy crap. The mayor of New York, I'm not saying I agree with him, but the mayor of New York finally is like, maybe we should deal with this illegal immigration issue. Maybe we should like
Finally.
find a solution to this.
Now that
I
it's
mean,
on my doorstep.
the point is, people are coming together more than ever before. The moment 45 got his mugshot taken made him unbeatable, unstoppable, because now you have a whole new group of people that see him and I was like, holy crap, he's one of us.
That's right.
He's the underdog. He's us. He's the only one who had the cojones to call out these people and hold them accountable, and they're arresting him for it. Wait a second, hold on. And so my point is today, people are no longer defined as Republican, Democrat. It's simply just the people versus the tyrants. That's it.
Well, I don't know. They got their foot shoulders. So, CV, you got to get, I mean, you got to, always remember they got their foot shoulders. So they got their little mouthpieces. So it's still kind of a Democrat thing because that's the party that chooses to run that way. That's the way I always view it because I'm not political. So it's.
Sure. But then you have people who I guess would be considered Democrat who are also getting red pilled, who are like prime example, Russell Brand.
Yeah.
Russell Brand used to be a prime example of a far left-leaning liberal, but now he's one of the leading advocates who has a huge voice now in the virtual town square that says, hold on a minute, this is BS. We need to start asking questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, recently, Jennifer Lawrence recently has been another celebrity that has said, hey, this is BS. This is not about Republican Democrat because they're both corrupt. This is about the people holding those in power accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in my humble opinion, next year, two things will happen. Either 45 gets put back into the position that he needs to be in, or it'll become every state for themselves because there'll be no more trust in the federal government whatsoever.
Right, exactly.
Mhm.
That's exactly what I was.
Every state will basically be their own nation. Do I want to see that? Of course not. But that's what's going to happen if the next election is rigged again.
Yeah, it's
And
creating like a balkanization.
I'm a firm
Mhm.
believer that we are the general population is about 30 to 50 years behind what is innovative and
Mhm.
just coming out, right? So and I think that that's in a lot of things, not just in technology, but also in news. So if we're so far along that even Hollywood, the movies that the typical person is now able to identify and assess that this is not right, this is wrong, that means that they are so far infiltrated that it no longer matters if you can see what they're doing, because if you rise up all at once, if you rise up in groups, no matter what you do, they're going to see and they feel like they have a hold. The only hope we have is in Christ, in my opinion. Not trying to not trying to soapbox or preach, but that's kind of what I do. So so okay, well, I'm gonna quit now because I lost my train of thought.
Well, when more people watched Tucker's interview with Trump compared to the big establishment debate, blah, 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 that's huge in my eyes.
Yep.
When more people watch Joe Rogan than all mainstream media combined, that is big because that tells me that the old guard legacy media is dead. Their power is gone. And instead, what's happening is what we're seeing right now.
That's right.
The people, creators, make their own virtual town squares, and that's unstoppable.
It is if because like there is a population that's not doing anything, and so those are the folks that where it's like, okay, well, what does it take for you to, those are the ones that are clinging to being asleep, because it's like, if I wake up, that means that you're putting me in a position where I have to do something. I can't both know what they're doing is wrong and they're leading me into the slaughterhouse, so to speak, and continue walking. So, you
That
know,
was my life in the military.
right. Well, and I was going to
You
say
know?
that, and I didn't mean it mean both my mom and my dad are military, and I tried to join. I actually went, signed the paperwork and everything, and my dad happened to know the recruiter. And as soon as I got home and told him, he called him and was like, "Nope, it's not happening. Take her off." And I'm very thankful to him for that, because technically that shouldn't have happened.
And the thing is, it's like there's obviously great parts of the military, absolutely, and there's good people. But it's like when I was in, I was not a critical thinker at all. When I was in, I did my job, went home. I was so oblivious. I was clueless.
Yep.
Because I had that wonderful security blanket.
Right.
I was
Exactly.
comfortable.
I only wanted to join because I had no idea what I wanted to do, and I knew that I needed to make money and get started doing something. And so here's something I can do, and they'll tell me what to do next.
Right. And granted, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I got some good benefits out of it. I got some good experiences from it. But when I got out and I started, I went to school, I started learning, I started thinking for myself. Over time, things started being less comfortable. I realized I was getting further and further away from being a hermit playing video games. Not saying video games are bad, they're great, but I was leaving that security blanket. And the more you start revealing the truth, the more you start seeing what's really going on, you're going to be in a constant state of frustration, anger, worry. But at the same time, that's good. Because then, if you are a person of faith, your faith gets stronger because you're realizing,
right.
holy crap, this is actually happening.
That's right.
So you mentioned the states being on their own. My concern is the border states, because we're overrun here in Texas. We're overrun, and so that's where I've kind of lost faith in the military. Also, I understand they're supposed to take an order, but at the same time, it's like invaded.
Well, I mean, me personally, there's the military, but then there's the guard forces. I'm not sure if you guys know this. So
Yes,
the way the
each
guard
state.
works, yeah, the guard answers to the governor of that state. And at the end
Yes.
of the day, they all took the same oath. That oath is to support the Constitution. That comes before obeying the orders of your commander in chief. That was like that for a reason. The guard forces would represent the hope, but if that fails, that's why you have militias. That's why our country is the way it is. If everything else fails, if everything else crumbles, that's the beauty of having the right to have militias. Heck, if your family, if you and your family member, if both of you have pew-pews, guess what? You're a militia. That's it. Militia has nothing to do with military. That's why the Second Amendment is written the way it is. Okay? If
But
you
that's
have...
the target. I even see people taking down their flags that are hanging outside, because now in the headlines I'm seeing where they connect that as, if you have a flag flying, you own pew-pew.
How ridiculous is that? I mean, in a way, though, if everybody who had an American flag had a pew pew or 5, that'd be great.
Well, and again, let's not forget, the American Revolution started. It all started because there was a pissed off patriot who had a musket who refused to give up his firearms. That's it. That's how it started. And the most powerful empire in the world at that time was crushed by farmers, fishermen, tavern keepers. And that was in the 1700s.
Amen.
Today,
some solid people.
Yeah, and today, again, there's a reason why we haven't been invaded by any other countries, because we are the most heavily armed country in the world by the numbers. And if you don't like firearms, that's fine. I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, in my mind, if you want to talk about the worst case scenario is Americans taking up what is rightfully theirs and defending their freedom. Do I want that to happen? Of course not. But
I saw
that's
this comment from Doug. He said that's why they washed the military of patriots. What
Yeah.
do you think about that, having served? I'm curious because I hear, there are a lot of people who think the military, if they aren't in control, they will be. And to me, that's an unsettling thought at this point. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
So you have 3 levels of leadership: tactical, operational, and strategic. The tactical forms of leadership, your frontline supervisors, your sergeants, your tech sergeants, in my opinion, they're still good. Even the operational level, that's where you have your seniors, your chiefs, your low-level officers, there's still hope in them. The issues are the strategic leadership, the generals. It's the generals. Get rid of generals like Milley, that traitorous dirtbag. Get rid of the generals that have completely lost sight of what the military is supposed to be. The military is supposed to be a force that, to be quite frank, stacks bodies. That's the point of a military, is to defend your borders and stack bodies. But when you start changing it to be diversity, inclusion, that's when it crumbles.
That's right.
And that's when you start seeing a shift of people not joining the military. The military is having a really hard time recruiting people. Oh, I don't know. Probably because you care more about having a general wearing a freaking dog mask or awarding someone who's not a real woman some gender award instead of focusing on defending your borders and stacking bodies.
They're paying for that now.
That's my rant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, remember when we were looking at the commercials and like other countries, trying to recruit for their military, and they're showing these really strong fronts, and, it's all aggressive and assertive and the way that ours used to be. And then it's ours and it's like, just absolute fluff. And they're, it's.
I was a recruiter before I
tricky.
got out of the Air Force. And I can tell you, I got out in 2015. There was still hope. Even before 2020, about 2019, there was still hope. But now shoot. Have y'all seen Russia's military recruiting commercials? They're amazing.
Yeah.
They are so freaking cool.
It's like the old G.I. Joe.
Is it China or Korea?
China and North Korea. They're all working on that. When I show people, they're like propaganda. And I'm like, okay, I know.
That's the point. It works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even that one dude who has like all women Secret Service, like even their commercials are better than ours,
They're like breaking chains over their chest and like.
The best ones, in my opinion, were the ones in the 80s. The 80s recruiting commercials, those were the absolute best. There was no.
They're like G.I. Joe. Like,
hey,
they are not dolls, they're action figures.
Right? That's right. You got a little plug there, Camel Carl.
You want to be cool? You want a free card? Join the military. Yeah.
That's it. Hey, I signed in 82.
Yeah, it is busy.
I'll do it. I was down in Houston. Because it was men, man. I don't know. And I've talked about that before. It was just different, I guess. You were raised around real men and even real women, because you had moms and then you had the hardworking dads and hardworking moms. But I don't know. It's just a different vibe, because I've been thinking about that after now my kids are grown. I just sit around and look at my grandkids, but kind of just watch at Walmart. I spend a lot of car time if I decide to ride with her to town, just because going in, it's not really an option without being a pain. Unloading my whole scooter, doing all that. It's like, yeah, never mind. I'll just sit here and I'll be a car observer. And it's just, I don't know. I live in a small area though. I'm down around Livingston. Because are you in Texas, CV?
Yeah, I'm in Fort Worth area.
Yeah. I'm down around Lake Livingston.
We're over in Louisiana.
Oh, where at?
Just north of New Orleans.
My wife was born in New Orleans. Her whole
cool.
from New Orleans.
Nolans.
Yeah. My wife was born at a hospital. I forgot what it was, what the name was, but the hospital was destroyed by Katrina.
Oh wow.
Mm.
It was wiped out.
Turo is still around.
Yeah, Turo, Oshner.
Tulane.
There was the Destiny emergency room.
My wife and I love watching urbex videos, urban exploration. We watched one urbex video of these friends exploring the same hospital that she was born in.
Oh
but
my
it's
gosh.
completely abandoned. It's
Wow.
gone. But she was born in New Orleans. Her dad is French Cajun. My wife was adopted by her parents. Her dad's French Cajun. Her mom is Mexican. Both of her brothers are black. My wife is neon white, whiter than I am. So it's a pretty cool family.
Interesting.
Here's one thing I know about your wife. They've got awesome food.
Oh,
I
yeah.
100% know it.
Yeah, it's insane. It's so good.
I know they eating good.
Also, there's rumors
right,
down
dude.
here that those Creole French Cajuns have like prophetic dreams, or what is it?
No, it's
that-
the French Italians have
French
prophetic.
Italians. That's it.
They dream it and it happens.
Huh.
I went to New Orleans back in the beginning of 2021 for my wife's grandma was turning like 95, I think, and it was cool seeing that side of her family. But it was my first time going to New Orleans, and I'm a historian by trade, so I loved that city. It was so freaking cool. But we got to see the World War II museum. And if you haven't been to that World War II museum in New Orleans, it is.
Oh yeah.
amazing.
It has
Yeah,
the
we go-
original cipher or enigma
Yep.
that broke the code of the
Yep.
secret back in World War II.
We used to go about once a year. Now we haven't been in a couple of years now.
Yeah, these
but-
days, especially after the pandemic, is the city that was already the murder capital of the world for a good amount of time until Chirac took off. Is most folks just try to avoid it if they can, because it's one of those places, right? They're on the list for the 15-minute city type deal. They,
Yep.
a lot of carjackings, and if you defend yourself, you're the one in trouble.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly. That's like every blue city right now.
Yeah.
So, and that's CV. So, what are you seeing around Dallas?
Well, I mean, to be honest, Fort Worth is not. I mean, are you asking as far as like safety or like political wise, or what do you
It's
mean?
not as bad as
Right.
Dallas.
Are we turning purple like they say,
No.
or blue?
No, I
See-
always, in my opinion, I don't think so. And it's funny that you say this because Joe Rogan, he moved his operations from LA to Austin. And he's talked about this on his podcast, a lot of his guests. And for a while, we thought that. But the thing is, when you look at the demographics, when you look at the fact that Texas is at the front line of our current crisis of the border, I would say Texas is becoming more red. In fact, a lot of blue counties along the border that were blue are now
Yeah.
red. And the small blue dots, Austin, Houston, Dallas,
Houston.
the more crap that goes on currently, those blue dots are shrinking because more and more people are waking up and saying, hey, wait a second, why the hell are we giving Ukraine billions of dollars? Meanwhile, our border is non-existent.
Yeah, I
Why the
got you.
hell are we
I'm
sending
glad.
people who are not even legal citizens to hotels while homeless veterans are dying on our streets?
Yeah, and have you heard they're getting $2,200 a month?
I got two
That's what
questions
they're
for you,
getting now?
CV. So the first question is what do you think about Sheila Williams who's running for the mayor of Houston now? And then the second thing, what do you think about the Paxton thing?
Oh, okay. So I don't know that much about the mayor for Houston. Dr. Turley, Dr. Steve Turley, he's a good academic that I follow. He made a video recently about the Ken Paxton thing, and I honestly, I'm kind of on the fence. On one hand, I do support Paxton, but I know he definitely has his flaws. But is it possible that this could be neocons trying to get rid of him? I mean, it's possible. A lot of things are possible. I don't know. I haven't done enough research on the issue to really know how I feel about the guy. I know he supported Trump. I know he seems to be a decent dude. But as far as answering the question of will Texas turn purple, there are too many guns, there are too many tanks, there are too many tigers in Texas to make it turn purple. That's a fact, by the way. There are more tigers in Texas than there are in the rest of the world. That is a numerical fact.
Amen.
There are more tigers in this state than the rest of the world.
Why? Is there just like a lot of
this
Tiger
is
Kings?
this is an actual fact. So like the so it just there people have more rights to what they have on their land in Texas. There's
And so they're like, I mean, shoot, might as well.
yeah, I mean, it all began with one guy saying, "Hey, you know what? I'll get a tiger on my land." No one's saying I can't. And then his neighbor was like, "Shit, I know you have tigers. I'll get 80 of them." And of course, the first guy was like, "I ain't got about this. I am not gonna let this guy out tiger me. I'm gonna create tiger law."
Now, there's probably a quarter of Texas is made up of wildlife parks.
I'm
Thank
not
you
saying.
hold on 1 second, guys. Can you guys thank you so much for your super chats. And Cherokee says thank you all military and emergency personnel. And yes, thank you to all who serve in so many different ways. You're appreciated and loved.
I'm not saying a tiger is better than a gun. I'm just saying that like they could go together well. Like think of it like moats, you know, except for this moat can move really fast and, you know.
It's pure muscle.
That's right.
Here's the thing. In Texas, this is not an exaggeration. In Texas, you very well could see someone with land that has tanks, pew-pews, and tigers. That's a very real possibility.
I know. I know my dream list.
I just love everything you're saying.
Right. Like, don't tell me what I'm going for, okay? Like,
and it's
I'll go. Thank you for being here.
Would be a possibility as well.
It's a root you grow up with here. It's like it's a pride. It's just a way of life. Yes, I could see us going back to the wild west easily.
Yeah.
It's funny that you say that because if you look at, I mean, every state has its pros and cons. And to be fair, Texas has its flaws, absolutely. But when you look at our history, we are the only state that has its unique history. The reason why we are the way we are is because this state was literally formed in the fires of bloodshed. 7 nations controlled this land. I say 7, not 6, because if you just say 6, it's not counting the Comanche Empire. This, like from the early 1600s to 1900, okay? Whoa. The Comanches dominated. I'm sorry. The early 1700s to 1900, the Comanches dominated this land. And 6 nations tried beating them. The Spanish, the Mexicans, the French, the Texans, the Republic of Texas, the Confederates, okay, the United States. It wasn't until 1900 that the Comanches were finally defeated.
Whoa.
So when you live in a land like Texas, where you literally have to fight every single day to survive against the Comanches, that's why Texans are by nature rebellious bastards. Is because we come from ancestors who fought the most powerful tribe in U.S. history, the Comanches. So, yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, the history of it is.
Right.
Like, if you look at a map, you'll see it.
In incidents like that, it really is survival of the fittest. The best fighters, the most resilient are the ones that survive and continue on their legacies. So.
Yeah.
I can't stop thinking about a team of tigers defending my house.
Yeah, for real. For real. Does that extend to lions too, or are we capped off at just tigers?
Well, you know, fun fact, too. In Haltom City, there's a gas station called Fuel City, and right next to the gas station, there's a legit exotic zoo. Some guy just has random wild animals in his yard. It's an actual place.
Yeah, that's awesome. But you know what? Here's what I'm thinking. Tigers are too like. People are going to see that coming.
Tigers because of
I know, but people are going to see that coming. Okay. elephants, all right? They're tanks, okay? It's going to take more than just your average 9mm to take out an elephant, okay? They can bowling ball people, all right? So, like, if you've got a, you know what I mean?
They
If
pick
there's
up one
group,
attacker, throw him at the others.
exactly, all right? With their tusks, yes, absolutely, okay? They've got memory, all right? So if somebody, you know, like messed up, they remember what they look like. They remember probably how they got in.
You know, it's
I
funny.
know
You say elephants, and I happened to watch a video or just a few hours ago, and it was about an elephant apparently over in Thailand, and it's learned that if it steps out and in traffic and stops the cars, that they'll give them snacks. So it literally, there was somebody in a car and traffic was coming, and here comes the elephant up out of the bush and stops in the thing and goes up to the door, and the person throws some fruit. It looked like maybe bananas or papayas or something, whatever it is over there. And sure enough, it backs up and it's chomping away, and then it lets go. And I thought, I wonder how many it lets go by before it decides, okay, I'm ready for more.
Yep, trained behavior.
Good
There
night,
you go.
Shamrock. Love you, sis.
They operate in family units. You just got to figure out how to use God's dominion to become part of that family unit, and you're good to go. Leave the tigers. I want to.
No.
I want to
See, I
pack
thought
an
you were
elephant.
going to start mentioning lions. And someone mentioned moat earlier, and I'm thinking, man, the
It was
tigers don't mind the
me.
water.
Lions,
So
and tigers, and bears. Oh my!
Elephants don't mind the water either, and nobody sees an elephant coming. Okay, so like, you know, I'm just saying a little bit of you maybe late at night is looking for a tiger, right? Or maybe not. Maybe that's just, you know, I don't know. But like elephants,
you may be armed, but you are
Why,
rarely
why
armed.
not? Why not the elephants during the day, and then at night on the perimeter you have the tigers?
Good. They have night vision.
I don't know. I don't know, Rescue. I think you're getting into a little bit of fantasy land. Okay, let's keep it real.
This is where I live.
drift off. I didn't put my hat on. My bad.
We can't talk about property owners and tigers and not stay here for a little bit, okay? We can move on. But you were making some excellent points. I'm loving everything you're saying, Constitutional Vet.
Speaking of borders, I'm not sure if y'all been keeping up, but the Greater Idaho movement, have y'all been keeping up with that?
Yes.
Keeping up with it lately.
I hope they do it.
There's another county that's set to vote, I think, in the coming month or so to decide whether to basically leave Oregon or not. But it's legit being a thing. And every few months that go by, more and more counties decide, are we going to do this? Are we actually going to do this? And 12 counties in Oregon have officially decided, no, we are going to join Idaho when this becomes a thing.
So this is that situation where like, Idaho is going to absorb, redraw its borders, and absorb more of Oregon.
Good night, Brand. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And don't forget,
I mean, I kind of hope that
Louisiana
happens.
is an annex of Texas. So if y'all, you know, at least that's what that was my understanding.
You know, that's actually been a really good discussion. My students ask me that all the time. It's like, hey, should Texas secede? Like, should that even be a thing? And to be honest with you, I'm kind of on the fence. On one hand, it definitely would feel great to be a country. However, we got to take into consideration, you got to talk about currency, right? Are we going to have our own currency? And then military.
Well,
now,
if we have our own currency, they'll come after us, right?
Yeah.
And well, then currency, and then are we going to have our own military? I think we absolutely could. And if we were to make currency, we would have Quanah Parker on the $10 bill. We would have Jack Hayes on the $5 bills. Juan Seguin on $20. I'm just giving out.
Didn't Abbott do something about the gold or something? And there were something about bringing the gold currency back in or something.
I mean, just the topic of secession, redrawing borders, 10 years ago was looked at as a joke. But now,
yeah, not so much.
Depending on next November, what happens, honestly, I honestly think some states are going to be like, screw this, we're done.
Yeah, I keep seeing more and more about it.
It breaks my heart, but
yeah. And Lord forbid, you know, but it's like if it did, kind of depending on what comes, right? Like especially with certain mandates and whatnot, it really is going to turn into like an escape New York, escape LA, like, you know.
Escape Washington State.
Oh, especially in little bitty states with nothing but metropolitan cities mainly. Oh man, that'll be Nightmareville.
And that's the
but
big thing.
that's,
It's like,
yeah,
sorry, Bonnie.
sorry. But I don't think that even if we did secede, I don't think we would just ignore all the other states. I think that we would still be there for them in resources, in, you know, manpower, whatever. But first we would have to take care of here. That's what I was trying to explain last night. or
Wait, so
the
it's
other
like a
night.
big, it just,
We
I don't know
kind of
why.
have our hands full. Yeah.
Could you imagine if, you know, because it sounds like in my mind, my crazy imagination, that Texas would be extremely powerful. And if they joined forces
one,
with
Moose.
Florida, right? Well, I mean, well, but hold on, because now we're talking about like taking a
Right,
step
I'm
back
like,
in time,
wait a
because
minute,
you would
'cause
need cooperation from Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama for them to.
right, and we're all just assuming that the United States would allow Texas to secede without viewing them as an enemy. Then, so what then happens when you're surrounded by, you know what I mean? Like, I guess partner up with Mexico. Maybe Mexico, will you know, or I don't know. There's options, but the possibility of it turning into a civil war, or really wouldn't be a civil war at that point, but you know, that possibility becomes very real.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of it, sadly, a lot of us seem to focus on the here and now, not look at the past. America isn't even 300 years old yet.
Yep.
We're not that
Mhm.
old. We're a very young country. But when you look at other countries in the world, this has happened before. It's happened thousands of times. Borders are redrawn, wars happen, conflict happens. I mean, sadly, you can draw a lot of comparisons to America in the Western Roman Empire.
That's right.
It all began to crumble with internal corruption. That's how it all started. And I mean, obviously, there's going to be differences, but the point is, our country is not that old. Thankfully,
Yeah.
our Constitution is beautiful the way it is. The problem arises when you have a select few tyrants who say, screw the Constitution, then, you know, anything's possible. That can be terrifying for some people, but that could be exhilarating for people like me. It's like, let's go, let's do it. Because at the end of the day, God's in charge. At the end of the day, in my faith, my God's in charge.
That's right.
So if this is supposed to be the end, great. Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Mhm.
It's boogaloo time.
Yeah. Did you guys see the question in chat about bricks?
I heard about that.
Okay, let me see if I can find it here again.
What, 6 more
But
nations
basically, it's
joining?
bricks. Okay, Patty asked, anyone understand what this BRICS new money will do to our money? And some say bad, some say nothing. And there's been some good responses already. But as far as I can tell, BRICS is gold backed, right? Which is a positive thing, but it's digital. And so because it's digital, it's so much easier for them to control all access to everything. I think if we get to the point where our currency, our main currency is digital, you know, like I said earlier in the stream, I think that means that we are under the boot. I think that at that point, you know, that's what they want because it's ultimate control. You know,
You need to
show
look
your
at,
papers, get your jabs, roll up your sleeves in order to get access to your funds. And it's, you know,
Yes.
that's the beginning of the social credit like they have in China. And I personally think most of what they do in China is the testing ground for what they, meaning globalists, want to do, or, you know, worldwide.
That's right. I agree.
and you need to look where the federal bank for BRICS is.
Mm-hmm.
You already said it.
It's very easy to control a population when they have no way to defend themselves or fight for themselves.
Yes.
So I agree with the slick slope that is the social credit scoring and whatever. But I think the joke is on all of us because is our banking not already digital? Does everyone not use an online app to pay your bills? You log into Xfinity and pay for your cable. You pay for an app for your fucking video game with one touch on your phone. Like we're already there. The social credit score slide is not fast. Like swoop, there we go, right? But as far as money being digital, we've been doing that for years.
Oh yeah, ever since we went to the whole fiat shit, it's pretty much been that. It's all been just smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
I think the difference is it may be digital, but right now, thankfully, in my opinion, I don't think it's gotten to the point where you can't do anything until Big Brother approves you to do it. Like now,
Right.
if I want to go buy something, I can go buy something and no one has to be the wiser. No one has to freaking know what I'm doing. But in the future, when you get to a 1984 dystopian world where you can't buy a burger unless the government approves you to buy that burger.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we still operate as well. We still
Kinda
operate
going
under
full
the
China.
facade of innocent until proven guilty. So they have to wait until you do something to, versus, you're right. In the future, they will, you'll have to ask permission because you'll be treated as guilty until, given permission or proven innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do anything wrong if you don't have permission. If you need permission for everything, you won't do anything wrong.
Well, I think that's why for those of us or those of you who can, do cash whenever you can, whether at Walmart or at McDonald's or the gas station or wherever you got to go, do cash whenever you can, and just keep the noose a little bit looser because convenience is what's kicking us all in the ass at the end of the day. It's convenient.
That's how they work.
Faster to swipe it,
Yep. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
The complacency, the ease.
Yeah.
Hell, that's why now get your groceries, just sit on your couch. You don't have to get up. Just do it on your phone. See, that way you don't even have to look at your money. It'll be
I do that all the time.
and then they'll do
I'm
this,
not
and then
innocent, don't
give
get
them
me
30
wrong.
minutes, and they'll knock on your door and go, "Here's your groceries."
I want to do that so badly. I would love to do that so badly, but it's like people don't care. And so when I've tried to do it before, it's like all my fruits and vegetables are bruised and like they don't care if it's broken open or, if if the lettuce is a little brown or, like when you go, you're looking at expiration dates. You're looking to see the condition that it's in, if there's a sticky one and a not sticky one, maybe pick the not sticky one. They don't care.
That's
So like
I'll never
go
cross
ahead.
that line myself. I'll never. Nope. Never.
I mean,
groceries are a personal thing.
You can always just go onto the dark web and just buy yourself some tigers and just take care of the rest yourself.
Yeah. Just turn them loose at night and they're self-feeding.
We don't have Elgo. This is something I need to work on, Elgo.
I'm thinking of like a sleigh type situation, except for the South with two tigers on the front.
Now, wasn't there two guys in Vegas that used to like talk a line of shit because they thought they really were masters of their tigers? But then I think one day the tiger said, about tired of you little badass. I don't know, but I think there was something. I can't remember what their names were, but there was these two guys that used to do that.
You're right. Back to the elephants.
And one of them got attacked by their tiger. They were a big act for years.
Yeah, wasn't it like Siegfried and Roy?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were joking about not knowing the name.
No, I just couldn't remember it until you said it. And then the minute you said it, it was like, yep, that's it.
I forever get Siegfried and Roy and Simon and Garfunkel confused. So every time Hello Silent Smiled Friend comes on, I'm like, oh, Siegfried and Roy, I love this.
Tigers, yeah.
That's funny.
There's a tiger in the troubled water under the bridge. Is that?
Bro, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wolverines. There's actually a lot of places in the Seattle area that won't take cash anymore. They're definitely trying to push that direction.
Yep.
Get out the city.
My heart goes out to you being in that area.
Yeah.
We actually have little businesses here that actually will have signs up that they prefer cash.
Yes.
That's great.
And it's, you know what it is? It's either your small businesses, dude, because there are fees that are connected to those things for those businesses to use, because that's another way on the back end that they're slowly putting the crunch on the middle class. Small business side, you got to pay every transaction. That's why some of these businesses will hate doing some of them transactions, because if they don't do enough volume, then they pay some pretty high prices for just that dollar swipe.
Mm-hmm.
And I know people that are actually learning how to calculate using the silver because it is a different calculation than what we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
As far as keeping like yourselves secure, honestly, I would personally I would tell my students, I would personally recommend you guys go into like places like Coursera, take a few courses on just keeping yourself secure. Like I personally use Proton Mail for all my email traffic because it's a secure based server. I use Linux because I hate Windows. I hate Mac. Obviously, I get it. We all need to use certain things to function in our society. I get it. I don't think you should go fully dark ages, but just be mindful,
100% with you.
Don't let them know what
Mhm.
you're doing. Keep dark if you can,
Well, then
stay
don't
dark.
feed the beast.
Right.
Don't try to kind of, I don't know, do without some of the luxuries that
Say can and will be used against you.
Teach
Gray
yourself
man,
how
gray
to
man.
navigate through things safely and
Gray man, right?
don't just put yourself out there and say, look at what I'm doing. No, I do not want you to know where my location's at. No, screw that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just my angsty veteran attitude coming out.
So can we get in? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I bulldoze just like my elephants. Go ahead.
T-Dog was saying silver dime equals $2 US dollars.
Mm-hmm. Tiff, what were you going to say? Because I think you're going to say the same thing I was going to say. Go ahead.
Can we start talking about conspiracy theories on 9/11 yet, please? I'm sorry. We
yeah. Yes.
Landon
yes.
said it's the truth. I was like, oh yes, I know.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I wanted to play Rescue's video that he did today. Rescue, can you share that? Actually, Brand was going to share, and then we got to talking more, and he had to go. So, would you mind sharing that out?
No. Let's see.
Okay, I'll put the link. Just because I've got it, I'm sure you can grab it too. But I'll put it in the private chat if you want to grab it from there.
I got it.
Okay, great.
Just give it. Bang, bang. And sorry, rearranging a little bit. Put it over there. Okay.
He went ghost hat.
Oh my gosh.
Put your hat on.
Mm-hmm, nice. All right, switching hats. Time for the
Rescue,
tinfoil. Love it.
Rescue. Do you have tinfoil?
Shoot, no, ma'am. I take it full on. Just give it to me.
I buy rolls of it, 500 foot. Okay.
Yeah, JDC, I worry about this too. He said, wait until the government starts microchipping people at birth. And I definitely think that's the way things are headed. It's terrifying.
This
And
is an awesome
infuriating.
look. If
Backstage.
Rescue could get a tinfoil hat going, like this could be a thing.
I've got my
Well, I'll tell you
tinfoil
what,
hoodie on my way.
This
Maybe
I
just
think
wrap
next
some
week when I get
tinfoil
mine,
around your headphones.
I'll go look at your merch store and see
Okay,
about
there
one of
you go.
yours.
Oh
Just
yeah,
look-
you got to look.
just-
Their tinfoil line is my favorite. They've got lots of
Yeah,
great
well,
designs,
look,
but that one's awesome.
I told Landon, I said we gotta, because the whole thing is you want to be conspiracy theorists for Halloween. We got a whole outfit. It's tinfoil from head to toe.
The whole body.
Well, you might get confused for the
and
robot
be
Wizard of
candy.
Oz then.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And then your go-to phrase that you say all night is Alex Jones was right.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Turns the frogs gay.
Aloha, Steve. Yeah.
Hey, aloha.
What's so sad
Hey,
is
what's up,
Good
Steve?
to see you.
he's
Hey,
been
Rescue.
right on a lot of things.
I know.
Just saying.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Okay,
I
can we
agree,
please
Redneck.
talk
Only
about-
if we comply will it happen.
Can we
It's only
please
if we
talk
let it.
about
Mhm.
the blue thing in Hawaii? Why the fact
Oh,
that there was
we
multiple
have talked
blue
about
things
that.
that were not
Yeah.
touched at all?
Yes, we have talked about that. And actually, I showed a video of the different lasers and how they work on different colors in different ways. So, yep.
Please explain that to me. How a fire does not choose what to burn, what not to burn. It would burn everything. Why is it that everything that was blue was untouched? I don't understand that.
Like you
Mhm.
would think it would at
A
least be
lot of
charred
questions.
from flames around it.
We also have blue armor
That's right. That's
available.
right. Do resistant line. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah, yeah, that'll be the next one. All right.
You say when?
Okay, so this. Do you want to say anything about this before you play it, Rescue, or?
No, it says it for itself.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay. When I am called to duty, wherever flames may rage, give me the strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it is too late, or save an older person from the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to feel my calling and to give the best in me, to guard my every neighbor and protect their property. And if according to your will, I have to lose my life, please bless your protecting hand, my children and my wife. Fireman's Prayer. Videos provided by DEA 4912. Never forget.
Yeah, that's intense.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your service. You know? I mean, I think that's one of the things I also noticed in watching so much footage from September 11th was like all the times you'd see the masses start running away from, you know, the first building getting hit, the second building getting hit, the first building falling, the second building falling. There'd always be the masses running away, and then there'd always be those people that were running towards it. And a lot of times it was people in uniform, you know? But
I saw
pretty powerful.
a video of a guy. It was a doctor, and he was kind of down at the bottom where the cloud comes through, and you know he's in the street, and he says, "I hope I live," and he's recording the whole time, and he tucks in between a car and the street in such a way that it protects him, and he gets up, and when he went down, you didn't see anybody around him. And he gets up after the cloud has, you know, like all the debris has stopped falling, and he walks not that far, and you just hear all of these, I think they're called pass rescue would know better than me, but all of these emergency beacons going off like all around him. It was almost like
Mhm.
I attributed it kind of like a spiritual reminder that, you know, like, hey, you know, you may not see, you know, God's presence or, you know, angels around you, but they're there. And because that's what it felt like. There were people all around him. You couldn't see them, but they were all around him.
Mm.
You know, he was a doctor, so he started helping. But it was just there were so many firefighters, so many.
Yeah.
Hey, Indy, can you just bring it up backstage? Will you bring that up? That was the end of that video, and I just that kind of representation. It's all the faces of what they
Mm-hmm.
of the victims that they knew of,
Wow.
and it's
Mhm.
just kind of a
And this
representation of those were all the families, all the lives that were affected and lost.
now that's just from that day though, right?
Yeah,
Because there's
yeah, that was
also
just that
all
moment.
right. All the others who have been impacted because of health issues from the asbestos dust
Right.
and, you know, I mean, and then suicides, I mean, from family members who passed and not being able to deal with that. I mean, there's so many more repercussions, you know, it
Yeah,
reverberates out.
exactly. No, that was
Mhm.
just that day. That was that moment. That's how many lives were gone.
Exponential.
Yeah. Yep. Mhm.
Hey, boss, that was fantastic. I will need to dip out. I got the dog I'm watching out to go use potty.
Yeah. Thank you so much
guys.
for being
This was
here. I
awesome.
really appreciate you coming up on panel, and it's always great to get to hear from you and, have you as part of the conversation. So thank you for being here.
This was
Good
good.
to see you, CV.
This was good. This is really good for my overall mental health. Like I said, it's things are getting better than they were like a
Mhm.
month ago. But yeah, no, this is good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Good
absolutely. Well,
meeting
you're
you,
welcome
and I really
anytime.
enjoyed listening to you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Anybody that's
Yeah.
not subscribed to Constitutional Vet, he's worth subscribing to. He's got some awesome information on the
Thank you, yeah.
Constitution, believe it or not.
I try to.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I make like one video every couple of weeks, but I used to be way more consistent. But once I get a job, then I'm going to be more consistent because then I'll be in a much better place. So.
Going to sub up right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you guys. I hope you guys connect. And if you don't have
I
their
just-
link for Unspecified
subbed to you,
Podcast,
so.
I'll send it to you, Constitution Vet.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Great.
I appreciate it.
Thank
Got
you.
it,
Yeah.
man.
Thank you, brother.
Later.
Hope to see you
All
in
right,
the
much
chat.
love.
Or nice to
Take
meet
care.
you.
The next one
right.
you wanted was backstage now, Indy. The other one you
Yeah.
wanted.
Okay. Thanks. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do this one, and then Landon and Tiff, if you want to pull up some of your tinfoil videos, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Rescue.
September 11th, 2001 was a Tuesday. It was a beautiful day. It was bright, clear blue sky.
It's been 19 years, and Captain Justin Torelli remembers this day vividly.
I was assigned to Truck 106 in Falls Church. Somebody came running out into the apparatus bay to say, hey, we're watching TV. There's a big fire in New York City at the World Trade Center.
By 8:46, a plane had hit the North Tower. At 9:03, the South Tower also hit.
We're just watching this TV in awe. And then we really started thinking, boy, what would happen? What should we do? So we started making some preparations, thinking, it's not going to happen here.
But at 9:37, another flight crashed into the Pentagon, killing 125 people inside and the 64 passengers on board. Torelli was one of the first people to the scene.
Our fire truck came in and we parked it somewhere in here. It was surreal. You just can't imagine the reality. You can see it on TV in 2D, but when you get there in front of it and it's 3D, you have to take a deep breath and then just go back to your training. That picture on the wall with the hole there, that's the hole we walked in. That's the final punch through the nose of the plane.
Torelli walked us into the museum at the very back of the station, where you can find a piece of stone and steel from the Pentagon that day.
You can even see some of the charring on it and the damage. That's what was everywhere outside.
The anniversary honoring a day we will never forget.
To know that you were seeing the best of humanity and the worst of humanity at the same time, and knowing that people could still come together after all that, that's what we like to remember.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I thought that was just a good one to show. Kind of goes along with what Rescue shared. Thank you.
Notice the debris on the outside, like the
What was that?
Tennessee thing. Notice the debris on the outside, like it blew out.
Yep. Yeah.
No, that's where you said that was where the tip finally came out.
Algo, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. It's always good to see you. Algo also has a really amazing channel and chat. A lot of great people over there, some similar faces, but a lot that are really different and, kind of similar community. So go check him out. Camelia, thanks for being here. All right. Landon and Tiff, you guys want to pull one of yours up?
Absolutely.
Lots of good conversation in the chat. Thanks, everybody. All right, Steve, after this video, I guess we could do it right before. Did you want to share where you were on September 11th and how you first found out about what happened?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it was really not. I remember I was in between plumbing jobs, so I was working for the airport doing. I worked for Metro Cars. I think I only worked there for 3 weeks, but and I was supposed to work that day like 3 hours later, and I was still sleeping, and my girlfriend at the time just was like blowing up my phone, and I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "Turn the TV, turn it." And as soon as I turned the TV on, it was when the second plane,
Mm-hmm.
and then yeah, I was just like, I didn't. I was like, "What?" I thought I was still sleeping. I'm like, "Wait a minute, what movie did you have me turn on?"
Yeah,
Like I didn't.
yeah, that's exactly how I felt. It was the same thing. I woke up to the news right before the second plane hit. Same
Right,
idea. Mm-hmm.
and then he was my old boss, but still my friend. I decided to stop working for him, but he was or he still is. I guess you would say like Michigan militia,
Mm-hmm.
and I called him right away, and I'll never forget. Just right away, he answers the phone and he just goes, "I got thousands and thousands and thousands of bullets." I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I still remember that feeling, just like being scared and shocked and like, oh my God, what, now what? Like, I really didn't know if those thousands and thousands of bullets that Joe had were, like shit. Do we need to take cover?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a crazy day for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So what are we diving into here, Landon and Tiff?
So, I wanted to start off the night in this realm, I guess, talking about this guy. Um, let's see. His name was Rick, Vietnam veteran Rick Riscorla, saved thousands of lives on 9/11. He was a security chief at the World Trade Center when he disregarded an announcement to stay put. Instead, Rick grabbed his bullhorn and successfully evacuated nearly 2,700 people to safety, which
Wow, I never knew that.
is awesome.
That is
Yeah, that's
awesome.
amazing.
The company Rick worked for lost 6 of its 2,700 employees on 9/11. Rick is credited with saving most of them. That's a hero. And
Yeah,
it also
absolutely.
reminds me of Maui, those who disobeyed the barriers survived.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say that we should disobey every rule, but willy nilly. It's just to have the
Mm-hmm.
discernment of when, you know, um,
Yeah.
something obviously didn't sit well with his soul, and okay, so Tiff's back. I'm just starting to talk about Rick here, the Vietnam vet.
Yep.
He was a British paratrooper, served in Rhodesia, Vietnam, was on the original cover of the book for We Were Soldiers, saved thousands on 9/11.
But isn't it interesting that like the commonality, he disobeyed the order to stay and put. Where else have we seen that recently?
Yeah, I just said that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wasn't in here.
No.
You guys are so married. I love it. No, this is great. It's great. I mean, it's really, I love, what was it? Mr. Rogers said, like, look for the helpers or whatever, the people who are doing good in these times. Like I was saying about the people who, mostly rescue workers, but the people who were running back towards it, instead of running away.
That's
Same
right.
idea. It's pretty amazing.
He did unfortunately pass away that day. He was last seen on the 10th floor of the South Tower, heading upward to try to get more people shortly before it collapsed.
I just wanted to mention him. Really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
And I guess we're just gonna go ahead and put on the tin foil here, right? Okay.
Put it on.
All right.
Oh, you don't even have your camera up.
Oh well.
Let's bring cameras back.
Let me see your faces. All right.
Mhm.
Well, that's rich coming from me, who's never on the camera.
Right, I know. I was gonna say I
here's-
can't be the one to say that.
Here's my hand. I'm on camera.
It's like the Adams family or something. Talking to the hand.
The Adams family.
Need a little wooden box for Tiff's hand to come up when she's talking.
It's like Toy Story. Like, hello.
If Unspecified Podcast is going to have his tinfoil hat on, I'm going to have to put mine on.
Yes.
Here, wait. I'll switch you with me so
Yes.
we can see you.
That's real nice.
That is perfect.
Yes.
I
Here,
love
and I
the
don't want
tinfoil
to.
hats. It's great.
Yeah,
I
there
like
we go. We'll
this
just keep it foil focused.
because
Right,
it kind of aligned with what Indy was saying and what kind of all of our regards have been, which is that regardless of why or who was behind this, there were still lives that were lost. There were
Yes.
still heroes. There were still there was still a lot of people, individuals, not just numbers and not just like the individuals kind of get lost in the overall impact of 9/11. And so I kind of like this because it specifies that, which we don't like to specify things, but here we are. Okay, you gonna read it?
So, we just wanted to share this as well. Like most Americans, I grieve for those lost on 9/11, a tragedy I'll never forget. I also don't forget Iraq had nothing to do with it, yet the regime invaded them. Nor do I forget the Taliban offered to give up bin Laden, yet the regime invaded Afghanistan. And don't forget, I don't know who all has seen the video where, another tech. Okay. Nor have I forgotten how the temporary security measures, example TSA, are now permanent. Nor have I forgotten how the regime used 9/11 to force in the Patriot Act, which created the modern surveillance state, FISA courts, NSA collection of domestic communications, Gitmo, etc. I know it's hard for many to understand, but multiple things can be true. 9/11 was a horrible attack on America. The men and women who fought in the GWOT are heroes. Throwing the best of a generation to die in Iraq and Afghanistan was a horrible waste. The regime used 9/11 to create an overreaching security state that ended the American Republic and to enrich a small cabal of awful people. There is far, far more to this story than has been told. What exactly that entails, I won't pretend to know. I agree with everyone on 9/11 who says never forget. The tragedy began on 9/11 and it is still going.
Yeah.
I choose to remember all of it. Truth. Boom. So
Get to the videos.
all right. So I guess from there we'll move into what was this next one? This here, which is an arguable point, and I'm not here to argue or debate, right? I'm just here to present facts as they come across our radar,
right?
Because of my massive distrust for those who tell us what happened. Right. So this says jet fuel can't melt steel beams. But we'll see. Okay, this isn't where I wanted to start.
Hold on, Rescue. We're gonna ruffle your feathers, okay? Just talk it through, all right? All right.
We're not experts. We're not here to say what is and was. We're just showing up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm totally good with it nowadays.
I can.
Are you guys able to hear this?
No.
Try again. No.
No? Okay.
No, not really.
It's not a sign, is it? I'm just picking.
Ah.
Let's see here. How can I do this?
Look, Indy bailed. What does that say?
Okay. Well,
She'll be back. It's just that basement internet.
Is it the volume on the video itself?
No, that's up.
No, because it's like a low volume.
When
You can see the dude talking, but you can't hear anything.
Okay. I think if I do it another way, but I'll need Indy to put it back on. I'm gonna
when you
I'm
did
here.
share stream, was
You're the share audio.
the
I hit
audio thing
the
clicked?
button is
It
hit.
was okay.
I'm gonna do it this way. Where I'm gonna let me see here.
Thank you, Anti. That's great.
All right, let's do it that
Great
way.
link to have.
Let me know if you see it.
Yep.
Indy. And then let me know if you guys can hear it. Oh boy, here we go.
The seal that we have on an American
Yes.
dollar
Yep, we can hear
We
it.
can hear it.
of an occult society pursuing an occult agenda.
The day before 9/11, the day before the attacks, Rumsfeld gave a press conference where he talked about trillions of dollars missing. The day, then a plane slams into the very part of the building where they were doing the accounting.
We're talking about a global government that's in existence right now. We're not talking about a nation that is going, we're talking about a nation that is gone. We do not control the government of the United States of America. The United States of America is controlled by this evil arc. They control the money system, they control the State Department, they control the presidents.
What has happened to America that would not have happened had they not been the order?
Creation of war and revolution.
Specifically, which ones?
We can find the order behind the Russian Revolution, Bolshevik Revolution. We can find behind the rise of Hitler. We can find in the maintenance of both of these systems, the transfer of technology to both.
Since you've already proven that Wall Street is behind the Bolshevik Revolution and the rise of Hitler, now you're proving that the order is behind Wall Street.
Exactly.
Y'all want me to read that?
Yeah, that'd be great.
When the firefighters arrived, they found people on the floor burning, some dead, some alive. Extremely thick windows throughout the lobby were shattered by powerful blast waves. Even the walls had cracks and had parts blown off. Firefighters said it looked as if a bomb went off on every side of the lobby. And 4 witnesses reported explosions in the basement levels before the first plane hit. 2 of the reports came from office workers, Evale Sweezer and William Rodriguez. World Trade Center 1 and 2 were hermetically sealed. No fire would be able to travel down through 80 floors, set people in the lobby on fire, and still have the explosive force to blow off walls and shatter windows. Not to mention that the explosion that cracked the walls and windows occurred minutes after the plane hit the building. Many people were near. Oh, I'm not fast enough. Sorry. There we go. Many people were near the impact zone, near the elevators, and still survived the explosion. Yet 80 floors down, people were killed in the middle of the lobby. And then we're going to start hearing from people.
I don't know what. We saw a shadow. It looked like a plane. Next thing we know, it was boom, and the floor started shaking. And then we saw debris fall down. And next thing we know, we had to get out of the building. We stuck on the stairs for a while. We finally got down to the lobby. Then we get to the lobby. It was this big explosion.
All of a sudden, you just heard the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. And got about 10 steps when I got blown across the lobby. And that's when I lost my my tools, my Halligan and my axe.
We presume because of the initial explosion, there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists. Robert Harper.
Firebombs are used in controlled demolitions to create special effects. The following video will show how firebombs are set off between identical intervals on a building that is already rigged with cutter charges. This shows how easy it is to time explosives and show how different explosives are used in the same demolition. But judging from the witnesses, something more powerful was used. You would expect them to target the stairs and elevators specifically to prevent people from escaping. And that is exactly what was reported by the witnesses. Broken stairs and exploded elevators in World Trade Center 1, 2, and 7. The stairs on floor 8 in World Trade Center 7 exploded before any of the towers collapsed, as reported by Barry Jennings. Barry Jennings? Sorry.
I received a call that a small Cessna had hit the World Trade Center. And I was asked to go and man the Office of Emergency Management at the World Trade Center 7 on the 23rd floor. When we reached the 6th floor, there was an explosion and the landing gave way. And I was left there hanging. I had to climb back up, and now I had to walk back up to the 8th floor.
When the time came to demolition the towers, it seems they tried to cause a silent initial buckling of the floors, which is why molten iron from the thermite is seen pouring out seconds before demolition. It could have served as pre-weakening of the core columns, if nothing else.
Firemen assemble here, the police officers, everybody.
Assistant Commissioner Stephen Gregory said, I thought before number 2 came down that I saw low-level flashes. I saw a flash, flash, flash at the lower level of the building. You know, like when they demolish a building? Initially, it was just one flash. Then this flash just kept popping all the way around the building, and that building had started to explode. She said that while she was making her way downstairs, there were explosions going off everywhere. I was convinced that there were bombs planted all over the place, and someone was sitting at a control panel, pushing detonator buttons. There was another explosion, and another. I didn't know where to run. Deputy Commissioner Thomas Fitzpatrick said, it looked like sparkling around one specific layer of the building. My initial reaction was that this was exactly the way it looks when they show you these implosions on TV. A few witnesses spoke of horizontal ejections.
You want to call your mother or something?
Bomb in the building, start clearing out. Sorry, you said there's a bomb? What'd you say? A bomb in the building, start clearing out. Got it.
More proof that they set off bombs in the lower floors as people made it down to the lobby. This man is bleeding from the explosion and reports that the explosion made everything fall in, meaning the supporting floors of parts in the basement.
Big boom, come down the steps, everything fine till we got to the basement and everything just fell in. I got trapped on there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, had bags rolled around, finally we clawed our way out over the rubble. Yeah. Come on, Don. You did all right. All right, way to be, Tom. Let's go.
Okay. Thermite and nanothermite create extreme heat and therefore create distinct clouds or flows. These flows are called pyroclastic flows or clouds. They occur in volcanic eruptions and at space shuttle launches when extreme heat and energy is released. This is how the cloud looks from a building being demolished by regular explosives. Heat is produced, but not even close enough to create pyroclastic flows that last for minutes.
Wow.
Sorry about that, you guys. I think I
Yeah.
did something wrong there. Yeah, sorry about that. I get it.
Sorry about that.
my bad.
Did you want me to pull that up, or do you have that?
I just pulled
No,
that
no, no,
one up
you're
while you were
fine.
playing this for her, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse it.
No,
I'm
that's all right. You're
sorry.
good. Keep going. You're good. Keep going, Landon.
Pyroclastic flows do not occur from crushed steel and concrete and office materials. They occur only when extreme heat energy is released.
If it was hot enough in that cloud, it would melt hard.
I got hit initially with a blast of hot air, and I truly expected a fireball to be coming next. I expected to be incinerated in the street.
In conventional explosives like TNT, RDX, HMX, there's a tag, a chemical tag. So when the explosive goes off, the tag survives. Investigators can come and look, and they say, "Oh, this has got some, this tag in it." Tagant is the term they formally use. And now we can determine where this explosive was purchased, and blah, we catch the guy. But with thermite, there are no tags. Very clever, very clever.
Isaac, for example, has more recently said, I know 9/11 was an inside job. The police know it's an inside job, and the firemen know it too. But you have not heard this on the nightly news.
I don't think I've ever seen that image before. That's pretty powerful right there.
This one was almost cut in half. World Trade Center Building 7, the only World Trade Center building that contained offices for the, I don't know if you want me to say those, I guess folks can just read that. Alphabet, and secret around the WTC buildings, completely shredded into small pieces because of fire, according to the official story, as the result of falling debris from twin towers. The fire that was visible from the plane impact burned with oxygen-starved black smoke, yet the heat was released to destroy the towers, made the debris pile burn under the rubble with white smoke for 3 months. Thermite provides its own oxygen.
Landon, would you put the link for this video in the chat?
100%.
Thank you.
This feat of bringing a building straight down onto its own footprint requires such skill that only a handful of demolition companies in the world will attempt it. Well, what the heck? Just put a few random fires in there, maybe some damage, and you saw the towers, they just fall straight down. And you better patent that one real quick before somebody else thinks about it. You know, just some random fires in the building. Hey, it'll come straight down. It's great. You know, quit paying these companies all this money.
We heard the noise associated with an implosion.
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
We heard a loud explosion, and at that point, building 2 was collapsing.
At that point, we heard a large boom. I looked up and just saw the building coming at us.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion.
There was another major explosion. The building itself, literally the top of it came down.
What? And he looked at me and asked me, was that a bomb? And I said, I don't know. I went outside. It was like a gust of wind that knocked me over. There was something, the windows blew out.
And there was a loud explosion and the elevator dropped. And when the elevator dropped, was a lot of debris and cables falling on top of the elevator. And when the elevator finally stopped, they had an explosion that bring the doors inside the elevator. And I'm sure that was broke my leg.
The impact of the explosion, of whatever happened, it threw me to the floor, and that's when everything started happening. And then all of a sudden, it happened all over again. But I just know something else hit us to the floor. Right in the basement, you felt it. Walls were caving in, everything that was going on. You just knew it was something big. I mean, I know people that got killed in the basement. I know people that got broken legs in the basement. People got reconstructive surgery because the walls hit them in the face.
The core columns were the strongest and most solid parts in the buildings. Everything was bolted and connected to the core columns. If you ever wanted to bring the WTC down, severing the core column pieces, piece by piece, would do the job. The antenna of the North Tower dropped several feet before the upper section started moving. This proves that the core columns were severed or molten first. This disproves the official theory of weakened floor trusses caused by the intense heat. To rig the building with the required explosives, they had to make sure as few people as possible would notice them moving in the explosive containers. So they created unprecedented power outs throughout the WTC towers, as well as unprecedented evacuations to minimize the amount of suspicious office workers. They also made sure bomb sniffing dogs were not present the 3 weeks before 9/11. The power outs disabled the security cameras and gave them full access to the building, and the evacuations made. Oh, sorry, not fast enough. Evacuations made. Made sure no one would see them attaching the nanothermite containers, an example, to or near the core columns. And according to former CIA asset Susan Lindauer, the rigging was only done during the night. These nanothermite containers were obviously very advanced and sealed in a way to not easily trigger from outside pressure. By marking these containers with numbers, the operatives would know exactly on which floor to place them. Example, 5 containers with the number 40 would be attached to the core columns on floor 40. Repeat this with every second or third floor would still make it look like a pancake collapse. And as these containers would be triggered by remote control, there was no need for wires, detonation cord, and no need for specially trained demolition workers.
That those 4 jetliners took off that morning, that they were then ordered down into a military facility, possibly. That 2 other jetliners painted to look like United or American Airlines went back out, reassumed the American 11 and United 175 flight paths, and hit the Twin Towers.
Basically, yeah. Could be a drone aircraft. That's an aircraft that's guided electronically to its target without having a pilot.
It was a military plane. And it didn't look like a commercial jet.
It wasn't a commercial airline. That second one wasn't no, second one definitely. No emblems, no logos.
It was gray, to be honest with you.
I thought it was a fighter jet coming in to cover the city.
No, it was a black plane. It looked like a fighter jet.
It looked like a fighter jet.
The U.S. government ventured to point fingers at me, accuse me of involvement. The U.S. government has consistently blamed me for being behind every occasion its enemies attack it. I would like to assure the world that I did not plan the recent attacks, which seems to have been planned by people for personal reasons.
Okay.
What y'all think?
Yeah.
It's a little long, I know, but a lot of good info in there. Take what's for you, leave the rest.
Okay.
Was there another one after that?
There was, but the way that I have it set up right now, I'm going to have to stop sharing.
Oh, okay.
All right. Can y'all hear us?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Indy said she's coming back.
Ah, okay. That's who's missing.
Yeah, there's some compelling theories out there, like what on earth is going on. I saw Navy vet ask, well, where are the passengers, whatever. Like, if this is the ultimate cover up, oh, sorry, my mic was far away. If this is the ultimate cover up, then I would want to know the passenger list. Like, if there were people, who were they exactly? Did they need to go? You know what I mean? But I think there's a few holes, like the Pentagon and the Pennsylvania crash just seem a little bit. The Pentagon one in particular, you can't smack into a building at that angle.
Right.
So in
And
this video, is this the one that I had shared with you, Landon?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, in this one, I think this is the one where it's one of the firefighters that was actually in that last video as well. But there's two guys, and they're saying that they heard the explosions, but I think in this one, they also mention they said a black plane, and some people believe that's the drone rather than the second plane that hit. There's theories that it was a drone that was unmanned. So that this is part of it comes from what they say here.
And let me know if y'all can hear it and when you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happened? It was an
Yep,
explosion.
I can hear it.
He was in the lobby, and then the third explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us.
What was it like? What was it like?
Horrible.
It's like hell. You don't want to know.
The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
Is that a secondary explosion?
Yes, it was.
That was the.
Yeah, definitely secondary explosion. We was inside waiting to go upstairs, and on the way upstairs, the whole fucking thing blew. And it just collapsed on everybody inside the lobby.
Similar to the first tower coming down, secondary.
I don't know about the first one, but I know the second one was terrible. Then there was a third one too after that one. Yes. Everybody was inside the building, waiting to go upstairs, and they just let loose. Everything just let loose inside the building.
So what you told me is that there was plane or whatever hit the building, then a secondary explosion.
It was like 3 explosions after that. We came in after the fire. We came when the fire was going on already. We was in the staging area inside the building, waiting to go upstairs. And then exploded. The whole lobby collapsed on the lobby inside.
And this mayhem after that?
Just man, everybody tried to work their way out.
Just trying to help all the brothers get out.
A lot of people trapped inside.
I was sitting in the Brooklyn Navy Yard across from Brooklyn. We watched the first explosion. As we watched the buildings, so a black, very large airplane fly right into the second building. It came at it south, right in front of our eyes. Just, it was so surreal, like a movie scene. Second and third explosions also, right? We were in the building for the third one. It collapsed. It was on this drive here for the other one.
People don't understand. There may be more. Any one of these fucking buildings could blow up. This ain't done yet.
This is on top of this. That could be no worse than this. Could be nothing no more worse than this. You're in the building trying to help people, and it's exploding on the inside the building. So I don't think it can get any worse.
All right, lots to process there in these videos.
I think that Bondwin was in shock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Definitely not himself, I think.
But it's amazing how many people talk about the explosions. You know, they didn't say it was collapsing. They say there were the explosions, and a lot of them motion with their hands and show, you know, the boom, 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 moving down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Where's the leftover plane debris? You know, like I've seen crash videos where, you know, like they just like they do with cars, you know, where they test them rigorously against crashes. They do the same thing with planes. And, you know, fires, explosions, but there's always something left over. And so, you know, like it just stayed there. It just stayed in the building for both of them. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But the Pentagon is where that really kind of, you know, like almost a perfect circle hole, or like, you know.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, like
that's the one that got. I remember that day hearing on the news about how they were. It was somebody saying that they had seen an.
Uh-oh.
I think you cut out.
Yeah. Last word was seen. Dang it.
Okay,
And
I keep cutting out. Sorry, guys. I was saying I remember that day seeing something from the Pentagon where they were saying that there was like a audio clip that was saying that people had seen a missile incoming, and then I've never heard it since. And I wondered if anybody else had ever heard that from that day, for the Pentagon specifically.
I know I have a family member who worked there at the time, and to this day, her lips are sealed. But you know how you can look at someone's face and know they know, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the best I've got on that. Anytime I've asked her, so what's up? It's just like this look on her face and like, you know, I can't say shit, but you can feel it, you know, something ain't
Mhm.
right. You know?
Yeah. Yep. Hey, JM, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Landon said he had heard that too, Indy.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Indy, one of those videos I shared with you, you can see the explosions in the windows, like
Yes. As the
so
building's coming down.
before. It's
I'm sorry. I don't know if it was my end or your end, but I didn't hear what you said there.
before
Bonnie?
it came down. It was on
Oh,
the south
before.
end of the building, and it was showing the explosions going off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just throw a couple of
Good night,
things out
Beth.
for you.
Thanks for
Just
being here.
food for thought. Explosions in the basement.
Mhm.
When the planes hit the top, there was all kinds of lines that were producing services all the way up and down. You know, there's 100 floors. So gas, electric, water, you know, sewage, all that's going up and down, all that. And you have boilers located in the basements of those buildings. That's what pumps hot water to those places. So they're massive boilers, pressure regulated. If you drive a plane into the side of the top of that building, you've cut off the top output, bent over pipes, all that good stuff, create pressure, will cause an explosion. And if you look up boiler explosions, you'll see they do some devastating. I'm not saying it, I'm just throwing it out there. But and because I'm kind of,
No,
I can
that's
see
good.
the war machine wanting to
Exactly what you're
promote
saying.
that, so driving those in. But like when the one guy said, I don't think firefighters are sitting around keeping the big secret of thousands of people that they couldn't save. So it's like, I don't think that they got big secrets. I think that they knew an attack was going to come. They didn't do anything. They might have set up their building to cover up so that they could take care of 7 as a side thing. But I would say just keep them, you know, because of just, man, the weight. And it's like the implosion of that. It's sitting there and it's like the melting jet fuel. Well, you think of jet fuel and steel. Yeah, you pour jet fuel on steel and you light on fire and you go, see, it didn't melt. And it's like, yeah, but you got to add in all the carpeting, all the foam, all the insulation, all the wood, all the plastic, all the electric, all these other elements that are melting feverishly because they have a low tolerance. So they're flash burning and melting. That's why I'm not taking away, you know, hey, it could be, I don't know, whatever. But there's
No, it's good
also,
perspective.
it's kind of a, because I can see the bad intention, but it's just, and you can just, I don't know that it was that intense. I think that almost gives them way too much credit. Like they've been super smart all this time. And it's like, they pull stuff off. I think some of the wordage I can tell you with the bombs, the explosion type stuff is because up until that point, we hadn't experienced anything like that. So that's how things we would reference, because I would do that in the damn woods. Hell, you can report in the woods on the house and damn bomb thing went off in the kitchen. But what it really was somebody had their spray paint and their Raid cans and their Lysol and all that shit up over in that pantry cabinet, you know, that was like 5 foot from that stove that was burning down. So it's reference points to the action. And but if you look for it, you'll find whatever you look for. I just figure I'll throw that out there. Food for thought.
No, I agree with that. If you look for it, you'll find it.
Yeah. Bush reading in the class and also about iPet Goat 2. We're going to play iPet Goat 2. Somebody made a comment earlier about how it was taken off of the original YouTube page for Heliofont, the company or group or whoever made it. And I looked and it's gone. It's been up there this whole time and it's now taken. But I found it on Rumble. So we'll share that towards the end of the stream and talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, that is such
if
a
anybody
cool...
hasn't seen it, it's really interesting.
I pulled it up for you, but I
Oh,
haven't
cool.
seen
Good.
it.
It's massive
Yeah.
symbolism.
Great. Yep. Oh, I mean, it's really interesting to watch it with different people for me, is because people will see different things than what I see. You know, like there's so much symbolism in it that like, you know, you have to be looking everywhere in it to see what's going on. But I'm sure I still don't understand a lot of it. Yeah. I heard that they have made a third one, but I've never found it. Hey,
Yeah,
Blaine,
they did, but it wasn't made by the
thanks for
same
coming
people.
up.
Right.
So, yeah. I wanted to jump up here real quick because there was some stuff down in chat that people were talking on, and like I wanted to get a little bit ahead of it, just because of the fact that my dad used to work in the both in the military and in the civilian aircraft sector. He was a machinist who built aircraft engine parts and helped to arm our military, for lack of a better term. I mean, he built Tomahawk missiles and Trident missiles. So I happen to know a little bit about this stuff. I used to get into his paperwork all the time because I'm just fascinated with it. So the reason why they don't utilize magnesium in aircraft nowadays, at least the civil aircraft sector, happens to be because for two reasons, really. One, even a small electrical fire on a large jumbo jet can be catastrophic if it gets anywhere near magnesium parts. Secondarily, but more importantly, magnesium is extremely gallic, meaning that it will have a galvanic response with other types of alkaline metals. On top of this, it is also not corrosion resistant. It corrodes really easily. So the parts will just fall apart. And this is the reason why they don't use it in the aviation sector. I mean, in the civilian aviation sector. Now, they do use it in military aviation, but actually specifically for the reasons that I just stated. The fact that magnesium burns so hot, so fast, is why they use it in military aircraft, so that you can destroy the military aircraft when it's downed, so that it does not come back to haunt you. Oh, one other thing that's really interesting that I don't know if anybody knows this, but it's the actual God's honest truth. The general blast radius of a Tomahawk cruise missile is exactly the same size as a 767 crash zone. So, did you know, by the way, that the plane that you just saw fly into the World Trade Center was a 767?
Yep. I mean, there's a lot of evidence to prove, support a lot of these theories. That's for sure. We're getting some kind of feedback. I think it's V. I think it might be from you. Do you have your YouTube playing somewhere? Oh, hold on. What was that, V?
I just turned it off. Is it better?
Yep. I don't hear it now. Great. Oh, no, I still hear it. Do you guys hear it, or is that just on my end? Maybe it's just me.
No, I'm hearing a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm catching
Yeah,
it, and that's why I
Jam.
shut down my head, because I was like, is that me?
JM says the insurance policies put on the buildings just months prior specifically and clearly included coverage for acts of terrorism.
I thought it was
Yeah.
sooner than that. I didn't think it was months. I thought it was like days or weeks.
That's what I thought. It was like a week before. And the missing money.
Yes,
You
that's what
remember
Mr. Bobby made a comment about too. Yep. Trillions. I think it was like 3 point something trillion, I want to say. Probably 3.3. But
That's right.
We're unaccounted for. Yep. And that happened. Wasn't that just like, days before, right? And then there's never been any accountability for that. Kind of like at the beginning of COVID and lockdowns, where a whole bunch of governors lost a whole bunch of money including in Washington State. Our governor lost, what was it, V? Do you remember? I want to say it was like, it was a huge amount. It was like $300 million or something dollars. It was supposed to go towards COVID relief that went to supposedly, it went to scammers in Nigeria. But my guess is it was cleaned really well through some deep pockets in our state before it went to anybody else.
Did the same thing with Ukraine.
600 million
like
of the
with-
unemployment went to scammers in
Was that-
Nigeria.
600 million. I thought it was 300 million. Jesus. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
And there's
Either way.
been no accountability, like zero accountability for that.
Yeah.
Like that was it.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
also, people
Right
in
quick.
prison got the money.
Right.
Right quick, down there in the chat, Technoflicker wanted to ask a question that I thought was very pertinent. Yes. But not that one. I believe
No,
it
I
was
know, I'm getting there.
a couple. Yeah. A couple
Go ahead.
further
You go
down.
ahead. Go ahead and read it or answer it.
So we all saw the planes. Either they were holograms or they were real, but that still doesn't account for the total collapse of the buildings. I want to point out to you something about everything you see on the news or anything you see on a TV screen or any kind of screen for that matter. CGI has existed since the 80s. And what we just watched was some of the grainiest footage of, aerial, any aircraft in the air that I have ever seen in my life. And that includes back in the 1990s when my dad was doing it with a camcorder.
Oh man.
So that I have to really point out, a handheld camcorder had better footage of a Tomahawk missile launch than we
Right.
just watched of the Twin Towers being hit by a helicopter flying around the outside of it. You tell me how that works. And I'll tell you that was CGI.
Wolverine says $1 goes missing at your job. See ya. Yeah. But 600 million from your state? Brush it off. You're in charge.
So those 3,000 people didn't die.
Yes.
I'm not saying.
So all the phone calls that were actually picked up afterwards, where they were picked up saying goodbye, the building's on fire, I got no way out, bye baby, I love you, tell the kids I love them, won't see you, all that was all made up. See, at some point you got to go, I get that maybe.
Who said that?
Well, it's the CGI. If that's CGI, then none of those
People
died.
have said it.
No,
People
no,
have said
I
it.
never said that people didn't die, Rescue. Don't get me wrong on that.
Look.
Really. I never
Right.
said
We
that
were
people didn't
explaining
die.
before,
I said
like,
that the plane itself that you just watched hit was in such
That's
grainy footage that somebody with a camcorder 10 years prior would have had better footage of it.
See, I
and
beg to
Indy was
differ, 'cause
explaining
I shot 'em with my
before
kids,
we
and mine weren't any better.
Before we played the video, Indy was explaining how an FF doesn't mean that no one died, that it was all crisis actors, blah, blah, blah. It means that what happened happened, but it didn't happen the way the mainstream narrative put it out. Like, so that, it's not
I guess. Yeah.
Right.
What's up, I'm a Huckleberry?
Yeah.
Man, I ain't seen you in a minute.
That's what I'm trying
But
to
it does
allude
call
to.
into question, like somebody said earlier, it does call into question then where were the people who were supposed to be on the planes, and were those all, was that all manufactured too, or there's a lot more.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
A lot more to
There
look
were the
into
phone
with
calls
all
and
of that.
stuff.
Yeah.
See, I can see the whole, government, and I see, I guess you can say the conspiracy with the government causing the explosion. All that's but I just see it, I guess, in a simpler, easier way, because we trained Osama. We trained him to fight against the Russians, so we pissed them off way back then. So I can see them instigating a thing, and I can see them knowing that they were fixing to do this flight. I can see them helping even encourage and putting things in play to happen. And that's why I'm with you all the way up to there. Just like I can see them intentionally letting that happen so that they can cover up their shit in the little building right down beside it.
Sure, but
because they know
also
the
point
impact
out-
zone's going to destroy a lot of stuff. So I can
I
see
would
that. It's
also
just that
point out, Rescue, that we trained Osama bin Laden not just how to attack the Russians, but we trained him on American soil how to fight against a Russian proxy, basically, by the fact of he was training against Americans. So in a nutshell, we trained him to attack Americans. But that's beside the point in the fact that, I could literally run circles around this with what I said.
Oh, there's no
earlier
circles,
in the
man. I just
chat,
listened to
which
the phone
is,
calls. I
if
remember them
you
phone
want
calls they
to,
pulled, and that was so heart wrenching. And just when you got to call your wife and say this plane's going down, there was a group of guys just went up there to try to do something, and you still have all these other people that are calling all their relatives. And I think it's some
what's
nowadays,
rule
yeah,
number
that
one
could
to
be
cover
easily
up?
made up nowadays. But back then, I don't. That just I
No,
don't know.
no, they
But
didn't have that.
seriously, what's rule number one of a cover up?
So then the moon landing was real.
There you go. Whatever.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Each their own.
Well,
No,
I'm
let's
just
not get into that one
Oh, no.
tonight.
No.
Oh no,
Anyway,
do
Oh,
you,
Lord.
boo?
No,
That's where I'm
Oh,
at
let's
with it.
keep.
You do
don't
you.
get me
serious
started.
I just
Don't
think
get
it's
me
you
started.
got to have more. I
Mhm.
don't understand why people don't have higher requirements on the proof of the bad shit, and everybody just seems so easy because it's like it fits what they want to know right now. It's like they need to be painted to be the bigger, badder wolf than they are, and it's like no, actually, they're pretty much evil. Just if you kind of look at the plain simplicity of it, you don't really have to dig too much. They're evil. So and that's why it's just because I see I guess I don't know, man. This is so weird. I see a dissection of our country. I zoom out and I go, wow, I could see this whole socialist shit coming into play. What would you want to do? You want to start destroying any national monuments you have so that you want to destroy their meanings. Well, the freaking moon stuff was our pretty big scratch in the world history mark.
yes.
So you try to start doing away with that. You do away with,
Good one,
you
Anti.
know, so much stuff. You do away with your nationality, and look at where we are in 23. Now you're literally a bad person if you say make America great again. Nationality is a
Right.
bad thing. American
Right.
flag is a symbol of
Patriotism.
that. So that's where I just look
Mhm.
at. I can see them. I don't know. So
And I agree, Rescue. I try to look at both sides and keep an open mind because
Mhm.
we have to. I mean, you can't.
Yeah.
well, you can spend all day cruising around the lake looking for the magic fishing spot, or you can just go ahead and launch the boat, know that there are fish in this water, and just start fishing. You know, so
Yes.
sometimes it's like when you look at something like that action,
Good
does
night,
it
Neil.
really, like the action of an administration
Captain.
caused thousands of lives lost, and they
Yeah.
cover up facts. So just those simple things alone, it should be how, what, and when does it really matter anymore? We already
Yes.
know that it got done.
Mhm.
It's the same thing with Afghanistan and
But if you
Benghazi,
spend
all
time
of
on
it.
it, you don't see what they're doing right here, right now.
And that's
Mhm.
true.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, I'm
No,
done.
look at the lives that have been lost in the last 4 years. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm sure that they upped or they could have possibly upped the numbers. I don't know for sure. But I do know that I've seen people in chat with numerous losses of family members and friends. And so, and I've seen it here and know
All
that
right.
there's been a large amount of loss.
Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not trying to belittle the fact that thousands of people died that day. I am not trying to say that this did not take place. I am simply pointing out that the best way to get a whole nation to come together to try to attack a common enemy is to give them a common enemy in the first place. And secondarily, but more importantly, the easiest way to do that and make it so it looks like what your narrative is correct is to get rid of all of the evidence and to properly fabricate the narrative before it's ever taking place. I pulled something similar when I got into trouble down in Blythe. All right? A lie that is told convincingly enough will fool thousands. That's why I keep on coming back to, don't sit here and fall for the Goebbels bullshit. actually listen.
But I mean, I
to
think
what
that's
is
why
actually
we're
going
here.
on.
That's why we're here having these conversations, to bring up these questions. And, like others have said too, it's, there's so many different sides to everything, but we need to be able to process it. And I think, like others have said, it's good to take in all of the information and all of the ideas that are out there and all the information that you guys all know, from your experience in different fields and everything else, to be able to kind of shift out what the truth really is,
Yeah.
Well,
And it seems-
I was working for the airlines back then. I worked for the airlines, and matter of fact, I was working for American Airlines. And
No,
it
you
was
didn't,
just
you
hard.
liar. Oh no, wait, you told me that before. Never mind. Just
Yeah,
kidding, beautiful V.
I trained for work down in Dallas, Texas, and I'm gonna tell you what, it was a different feeling being on that end. I mean, as a matter of fact, one of the flight attendants, her call came into our call center, and she thought it was just a hijacking, and that's what they said at first. It was a hijacking, and we had to take her call and isolate it and put it aside and do all kinds of things trying to work on it as a hijacking. And I definitely know there's a lot of people missing, and that's all I can say. There's a lot of people missing. There were a lot of people killed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to change the subject, but Miss Beautiful V is so beautiful that she put a tinfoil hat on, but it looks like she's wearing a beautiful.
Looks
what
like
is
a
that called?
tiara.
Tiara. That's what I was going to say. She has the
Doesn't
tin
it?
tiara.
I
She's so
used what I
beautiful.
had
It
on
doesn't
me.
even look like a tinfoil hat.
I happen to have some tinfoil, and I had a headband on, and I stuck it to it, and I thought everybody had on the. Yeah, see, I was seeing that. I couldn't chat on the way home. I actually went and met some airline friends tonight. They had a thing. We had a 9/11 thing.
Here's my tinfoil hat.
Yay!
Same hat I always wear.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Never
There's some
even
tinfoil
bothers
hats
me
on
with that.
the Unspecified Podcast merch site, and it said "Made in the USA." I like that. So, or at least it wasn't made in where. And I did get the sweatshirt. I'm not wearing the sweatshirt tonight because it's warm, but I got the OG sweatshirt because I really like that one. But I'm going up there to get some tinfoil merchandise. I got to tell you, it came out after I ordered my OG sweatshirt. Yeah.
V, can I tell you when I was thinking about the conspiracy theorist Halloween outfit, like you specifically were who I pictured. I pictured you at some shindig with a hoodie, a hat, and leggings, like full decked out tinfoil, having full blown conversations. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Like, yes.
That'll be me. That would be me. I've actually had people come up to me and say, just talk to me like strangers. Like, I don't know. They say I put off some vibes. I don't know.
Okay. You need to make sure they give money before you talk to them anymore, okay? They're not your friend.
That's what I said too. Actually, I was the lady, the last place I was at, we were waiting to get a table, and she was like saying, hey, you want a sip of my drink? And I'm like, no, thanks. I got my own drink. I mean, that's just kind of a weird thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
V, were you working for American Airlines in Dallas in '89?
No, not that far back. Matter of fact, and somebody else here knows for sure. I was working for TWA Airlines, and we had a call center right by the airport. So the morning of 9/11, I came to work business as usual. I was supposed to start my shift at, I think, probably 9 a.m. And I pull up in the parking lot, and I'm like, I think I probably smoked back then. I was probably smoking real quick, grabbing coffee, whatever. And all of a sudden, I see the planes because I'm on the flight path. I mean, it was right over the flight path, right by the airport. I see the planes just coming in, one after the other. And I'm like, okay, there's something weird going on. And about then, I had the radio on, and they interrupted the radio, and they were saying, we don't know what's going on, but we see glass breaking in New York and weird things going on. Some kind of explosion, but just watching the planes, because you remember they said all planes have to return, get to the nearest airport and get out of the air so we'll know that you're not a terrorist plane. And so, man, I tell you what, seeing those planes land like that every few seconds, every few minutes, I mean, as fast as they could, landing like that, I was like in shock. And when I went in, it was I'll just tell you what, it was a crazy day. It was, and I honestly felt like I was going to leave my area because I live near some major, I live near a secret base and I live near a base. And I really felt like if they're gonna, I didn't know who are they going after. I'm hearing here, I'm hearing Washington, I'm hearing Pentagon. I don't know. Are they coming after major bases, So I thought about leaving. I really did. My family wanted to leave. And so I still have my bug out ready, but that particular day I said, you know what? I'm at work, I might as well go help out and do what I can. It was a different perspective though.
Right.
I can understand that. One of my friends, she's a flight attendant, and she would have panic attacks like for a long time after that.
Right. I was first trained to be a flight attendant, and I found out that unless you're a flight attendant a long time, you don't get a good route. Like you have to do really crappy flights, and you don't get to go layover in Hawaii. You got to be like a really seasoned flight attendant. That's why a lot of those flight attendants look older. I guess I should have hung with it, but I don't know. I like moving around. I like changing jobs.
Yeah. Keeps it exciting.
Right.
For sure.
Always seeing somewhere new.
Yeah, B, thank you for I was listening.
I can't see the chat, y'all, but anyway.
Oh my goodness. The chat really feels like you should wave like the Queen of England with your glistening. It is catching the light, girl. Like it really does look like a crown.
Yeah, I like this. I had to find this comment from Topspin. She's wearing that tinfoil hat because she knows Mooseman is swinging that harp around tonight. That one cracked me up. Justin said he's making a tinfoil hat right now.
That's right.
Nice.
Hold on. Put up those disclaimers because, I'm with Rescue. I mean, with Rescue, you're right. I mean, we hear, I remember people back then saying you can't make a air to phone call that's clear. Yes, you can. And yes, you could. You could definitely always call out.
Mm-hmm.
Man, those were so chilling. I remember those. They started coming in, like about a month afterwards because they started collecting those.
Right.
Man, that was just because you just put yourself in that position. There you are, 37,000 feet. Some batshit people just took over the cockpit. They've locked it. Yeah, nobody knows. And it's like, oh shit. And it's like, yeah. I mean,
right. It wasn't until the Pennsylvania people saw what had happened that they made that conscious decision.
Yeah.
That, they weren't going to use that plane as a weapon.
And what an amazing, what an amazing thing. That's the human spirit right there is pretty powerful too.
And
and that's the kind of thing where I feel like when it comes for each person to make a decision like that, you'll know.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, well, I feel like whatever that's going to be, whatever that's going to look like for each of us, if we face something like that in our lives, you'll know, and you'll know what to do. That's how I feel about it.
And how did they know that the people took it over and landed it? It was through phone calls or radio, I would guess. Okay.
Oh, yeah, they went back. They started afterwards. They were collecting the cell phone data
Sorry to hear that, Latina.
from the calls. And so some of the messages that people left on the answer machines and stuff like that. Because remember, the answer machines was a thing back then. So,
yes.
And man, just heart-wrenching stuff.
Thanks for being here, Homeless in America.
Yeah, I had heard that they were saying goodbye and stuff, but I didn't know that they took over the landing of the plane.
Well,
But it was said in that one video.
It was just a crash, but yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you, Sunfish.
They had heard about the other two from the people that they were talking, their family members on the plane. And then there were some of those guys said, nope, we're not going to be used for that, because they were headed for Washington.
Right.
And they just bum rushed them, took it over, and don't know how to fly it, but just dove it down.
Right. They said, let's roll. And I mean, they had, well, I don't know, 3 or 4 guys. Let's roll.
Blaine, I think you went down while I was off, but thanks for coming up and sharing. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bobby. I was thinking the same. Cindy says, V is glimmering like Lady Liberty, but much prettier.
Oh, God. Y'all don't be listening to Ronnie like that. Ronnie give me a bad rap. I can't live up to this. I can't live up to that beautiful V. I don't know.
Nah.
Well, you're doing a fine job of it, man.
We all see it, V.
Yes.
I was just about to say
I'm
you
feeling
got to
more
change
like
your name
Grandma
from. You got to change your name from Unspecified V to Beautiful V.
No way. I can't. I
Yeah.
cannot live up. I can't live up to that. No.
That was my favorite song that commemorates that day. And I saw somebody was doing, I missed part of it, but they were doing like a breakdown of how they thought maybe it was kind of propaganda, but I can't help it. I do love that song.
Play that song. Well, I don't know. Whatever.
I can't put it on here for copyright and all that jazz.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I know. There were some great tribute videos with that in the background too.
Alrighty, Roots.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to be down in chat. She's
okay.
putting
Thanks,
the sun
V.
down.
Yep. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Okay, guys. Well, I don't have a ton more time, and my internet connection is driving me crazy over here. But Steve has the iPad Goat 2 pulled up. Do we want to watch that, or is there anything else, Landon and Tiff, or anybody else that we wanted to play before we do?
had some more stuff, but it's not a big.
I know. I feel like we need to do like another stream about this sometime to like go into more of the, because there's so much more we could talk about and go a little bit more in depth. But
Yeah, like going deeper in depth to the Muammar Gaddafi and
part
stuff
2.
like that.
yes, yeah, we might have to do a part 2. Yeah, I mean, we can always include it with some of our other conversations too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and plus, even back then, it wasn't just September the 11th. I mean, we needed the 12th. We needed nobody could. We couldn't.
Great idea, TC.
It was more than a one-day event.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
It went on and on.
Yeah. Why don't we, you guys, can you help me remember? Let's do this at the end. Let's say a prayer at the end of the stream tonight for those who were impacted by this day.
Yeah.
And especially those who lost their lives this day and their families.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do hear sometimes, Latina, especially independent artists, for sure. Yeah, and I know I had some more songs to share tonight too, but that's okay. We got into some great conversation. Okay, well, let me go ahead and pull this up. And I want us to have a little bit of time to talk about this too, because there's so much.
And forewarning, it's highly symbolic. Like it's like a lot of metaphorical. So if you're able to read the symbols, it's a lot, like the first scene here is going to be like, it's like a future projection of Americans, like in like a camp, but you'll see. It's highly symbolic though.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Ready?
Yep, go for it. Isn't that wild?
Been a long time since I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. There's just so much to unpack in it.
Oh my gosh, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I can't
Seeing
believe I've
George
never
Bush
seen
morph
that.
into
I'm
what's
gonna
his
have
name? Wow.
I'm gonna
Oh,
have to
Bush
watch that
morphed into
again.
Obama.
Yes. Yeah, the
There
Notre
were
Dame
really good
or Notre Dame.
breakdowns on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
Jesus had red hair.
Hats off to whoever made that because I just
Right.
appreciate. I know a lot of time went into that.
Well, it's interesting that it just came down today, apparently, and that's been on there for years. It's by a Helio font, and it's the only video that was on their page. I didn't look, but right now, but yeah, kind of interesting. But you can still find it on other platforms.
We are seeing so much. We are seeing, matter of fact, you played a video on the last show, some guy singing, and I went and checked him out. He was so good.
Oh, is that well, I play a lot, but are you thinking of is it Jimmy Falcon?
Yes.
Yes. Is that his name, Jimmy, or is it Johnny?
I mean, he's been around for
Jimmy, I
years.
think. Yeah.
Right.
Or Billy
That song was
Falcon. Darn, now I can't remember.
Is that the
right.
one
It was
that
2 years old. I hadn't seen it.
is that the one that plays my song with the girl and the old lady and the ghost?
No, that's Folk and Blueser.
Okay.
I love that one too. No, Billy Falcon, I played his song about Sleeping Giant. I played at the
Right.
end of the last stream. Yeah, and he does live streams. It's amazing. He yeah, he seems like a great guy. Really
I mean,
seems like a really
I know
genuine person.
we
But
don't
yeah, I
have
just found
time
him
to
recently
see
too.
everything.
I know.
We tried. I mean,
right?
I'm trying to figure out how to tactfully. I'm trying to figure out how to tactfully and tastefully message that guy and be like, hey, I don't know you per se, but Mr. Smith gets on and covers your song, and I'm a little bit obsessed with it, and I really need the second half.
Yeah.
Well, you should go sub up their channels for sure. Him and his wife Feisty Feather, and they both do live streams, so you can go and listen to them play live, and they'll take requests sometimes, and I mean, especially Folk and Blueser, and yeah, it's great. Oh, good.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Wolverines. Yep, they even took that down. Just music and
Right.
cartoon. Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't want us to know. You don't want us to know.
They don't. Yeah. Yeah, JM, you hadn't seen that one either. Yeah, right. Top Spin. I know. I saw some comments comparing it to Pink Floyd videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Maybe.
But I was introduced to it through someone that I trusted, and they were breaking it down. And it's just a big symbology piece. It's telling you a bunch of stuff, but
yeah,
in a way that is,
Mm-hmm.
Right. It goes by fast. You have to catch it.
Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, it's Billy Falcon. That's right.
Billy Falcon. Yeah.
Exoteric.
It just surprised me because I went to his link and he'd been on for years, and I'm like, okay, I hadn't heard of you either, and it was still up there, so that was good.
Well, dang, V, just where you been?
I don't know. I think I've got like 498 subscriptions. I don't know if there's a limit of 500. I've been trying to save a few in case there's a limit of 500.
Indy ought to know the limit. I remember when she used to have to drop people off just to sub to more.
Yeah,
Right.
I still have to. I know when my subs have gone up because I can subscribe to people again. I'm like, oh, I must have gotten more subs.
Right.
Or they unsub me from someone, I guess. It's possible too. Yeah, it stinks. So I always have to delete people. I have to like unsub people in order to add more.
That's it. Thank you, Auntie.
Yeah.
That's so good. That's the guy.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks, Latina, for the heads up. Very nice. Thank you for the links. Yeah, it's a really interesting video, that's for sure. Yeah, it is one. I mean, I've seen some people break it down, but I mean, it is one that you kind of have to go through frame by frame to even really fully look at and take in, because
Right.
there's just so much imagery in it.
Right. There was messages on the walls, different
Right.
little
Mhm.
characters in it represent different things.
It's like
Good night,
Disney
Rooster. Thanks for
sneaking
being
in.
here. Yeah, exactly. But instead of it being like a hidden Easter egg, it's like the entire, video
Yeah.
is that.
Right. There's so much.
Mhm.
So much.
Yeah.
But I highly suggest anybody, that has the spare time or free time, look up an iPet goat. I just Googled like a breakdown, and I found a channel called Theology Ed, and it looks like they've got a really good breakdown. It's only about 17 minutes. It's part one.
Right, anti.
But the OG who used to break it down was a channel called Round Saturn's Eye, and that channel got took down. But they focused on like symbology and all of the advertisement agencies. They were going like really, really hardcore with really esoteric, symbolic. A while back around like 2014, 2015, the commercials were getting like weird.
Yeah.
Can of butter, Roots. Can of butter.
Yeah.
I need to make some can of butter. I need to can something, that's for sure. But I think can of butter is towards the top of the list.
Need some can of butter. Got some in the ice cube tray.
Nice, Moose.
Yeah.
Moose, my brother would say, walk it through a warm room.
Yeah, Moose is like on the carnivore diet.
Mike, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Bonnie.
Let me straighten out my temple here.
Well, Cindy, I liked Bon Jovi, but he's kind of gone to the dark side from what I understand. Oh, Mike, you're a neighbor then. I'm in the Seattle area. And there's actually quite a few people that come into the chat in Washington State.
Got to flip Washington red.
That's awesome.
Well, we've got to have our votes count first.
That's true. That's true.
Same here.
Indy.
Same on the island.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, most blue states, it's really like a major blue city that determines, supposedly,
Trying to get my thumbs up.
Hey, there was a cool little thing I saw about Friday, Arizona. That was so apparently during one of the court cases, it's now come out, and it shows that that the bad word that you really can't say that went after Mike Lindell and all them. So that particular name, well, apparently now in the logs, it's found that that name was actually on the internet, connected to the internet and the machines at the same time that files were being deleted. Certain records were being disappeared. There's little stuff coming out. We just got to keep pushing forward.
Is.
I
a lot of
the it's going to come more. It's going to come out.
Yep, it's going to get darker before the dawn.
It only took 3 years.
Hey, Void.
Indy, have you seen the new Little Mermaid 2?
No, I heard it because my nieces were watching it, but I have not seen it. I heard there's some pretty woke parts in it.
Yeah, my granddaughter found it, and my daughter was explaining it to me. I haven't seen it, but I was like, so this is the darker side of it, because the things she was describing to me, the siren, I never heard of that except for on emergency vehicles or whatever, and it has a whole different meaning than
That's right.
the first one.
Man, Snow White. Have you seen this? I mean, you heard about the Snow White? Then, oh man,
right?
It's bad. It's not even Snow White, really. It's not even Snow White. Just needed to name that character something else and call it some other character's name.
Yeah, that's where we really got to be watching what our kids are watching.
That's right.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah. There's so much being pushed towards kids.
Well, and I will say, because with my granddaughter, it's some of that, it's some of that so subtle. And I think some of it I might be reading more because I'm kind of like all paranoid anyway. So it's like, oh, yep, yeah, I see what you're trying to do there, when they might not really be, but because it's just, I don't know. I guess I'm reading things just a little more sensitive, but I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't think you ought to wait. You want to go check on the chickens? Let's go check on the chickens. Come on. And so it's like, yeah, don't watch.
I love all these Washington peeps. You guys, we need to have like a Pacific Northwest little meetup here locally somewhere.
Yeah.
Get together and brainstorm some ideas. There's so many. Yeah. Okay. We need to make, if you're interested about that, email me. My email is in the video description. Some of you already have my contact information. Let's make this happen. We can meet somewhere public and safe for everyone and get together.
Yeah. And that way, it's probably better.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What? Burton,
most
you don't
of
want
you-
to go to
most of you
downtown
are
Seattle?
Yeah.
TC says just not in downtown Seattle.
Right? No, I said somewhere safe. Yeah.
At least
So,
the weather
Rescue,
is
you
starting to get
mentioned
better.
Rescue mentioned Arizona a little bit ago. That reminds me, did you hear about what New Mexico governor did?
Albuquerque. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, that's a good example of the importance of your sheriff. See, some batshit crazy governor pulls some crazy like that, and the sheriff goes, I don't think so.
Right.
Yep. And the people.
Yeah.
That's what
So
we
many
say.
people said, "Oh, don't worry. They can never change that kind of law. Nah, don't worry."
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and that's all it takes is a emergency.
Right.
Yeah, I loved
Well,
her.
'cause
Man,
plus,
that press
she-
thing was just atrocious. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, I just meant her reaction with the whole when she was asked, going, it's you can't do that with the Constitution, and it's like, well, yes, I can, and it's like
Right, yeah,
I can deem this an emergency, so I can do this, and it's like, wait, what? No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Right. Is she still protected by firearms? She thinks that the criminals are going to be like, well, okay, well, she said we can't have them.
Oh no, because he actually, that was one of those ironic parts. Is she was asked point blank, going, "Do you think that the criminals are going to abide by this, and then they're not going to carry guns?" She goes, "No, but we'll be able to arrest more."
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay,
Because the crime's going to be up.
Yep, and it's like it reminded me in a dumbed down way of like speed traps, because see, they always do speed traps in the morning, at lunchtime, and in the evening, and it's because they're targeting the working people that they know have a job that'll pay the fine and the ticket.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, and it's the same. It's like this. They're going intentionally. They do this. Now they're trying to just intentionally disarm the people that would have been armed. And you can go out there. The criminal's still going to have their shit, because that's what gets me about all these stupid ass laws. They act like a law is going to change it, and it's like, well, they haven't followed the other 24 or 25 you've passed. Is this the magic number or something? And it's like, just because but then that's not the real directive. The directive is the people that are following the law.
Yeah.
That's the target.
Well, and the part of the police and the sheriffs and all them that took an oath to uphold your constitutional rights. So to me, I just think, shouldn't they be like, hey, look, man,
Hold
she's
them
not
accountable.
upholding the constitutional right here, so she's the criminal.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Absolutely.
Steve. I was like, how come she can't be? Somebody ought to go take her to jail.
Right.
She's like violating everybody's constitutional rights. She ought to
Well,
go
I
to
think
jail.
there's actually talks.
Yep.
I think there's actually talks about that already. There are people that are trying to get her removed and arrested for breaking the law.
Oh, well, and I'll tell you, I heard something kind of ironic today. I picked it up because I just listened to the conversation in between the conversations. And that Alan Herkowitz or whatever, he's that lawyer guy, Herkowitz or whatever his name is. Anyway, he was talking about the 14th Amendment.
I can't. Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz. That man
there
is
you go.
evil.
Okay, yeah.
I don't understand why people have him. I'm going to go on a little rant for a minute. Sorry. He what's the word I'm looking for? Defended Epstein back when he was first accused, when they had all this evidence against him about 2 sisters who he'd abused, and he got him basically to have a very, very lenient light sentence that went from like basically child rape to like what, I don't remember the word, but like getting a prostitute for 2 minor girls who he'd raped. So that's Alan Dershowitz. That guy can F off. I'm not going to trust a word that comes out of his mouth. I think he has a brilliant mind, but unless he comes forward and repents for that, then I'm not going to trust anything he says. And I don't understand why anybody is. Sorry,
Well,
I can't stand
well,
that guy.
Well, and I get it. And well, what he is though, he's a constitutionalist. So if it comes to like the legal side and actually the, black and white of what this means, he's the guy.
Well,
And
that's what I mean,
well,
because I think he's brilliant. He has a brilliant mind for, in some ways, kind of like Trump. Trump knew how to work business law and tax codes and all of that stuff, to find the loopholes. I feel like that's how Alan Dershowitz is with law. But nonetheless, when he's going and getting people who are abusers out, off the hook, I'm not going to support someone like that. That's whether you're following the
and I'm
letter of
not
the law
saying
or not.
support
You're
him. It's
not
not
following the
that.
meaning of the
And
law.
I'm not trying to support him.
No, and I'm not going after you.
What
That
he was
name just came up,
describing
and I
though
had
was
to.
about the 14th Amendment, how it's just not a presidential thing. The 14th Amendment goes actually down through any elected official. So it's even your mayors. So that 14th Amendment can apply to any. I'd like to see him apply that to the governor.
Yep. Right.
And Miss Man said something up there.
Because I didn't know nothing about the else. So that's, otherwise I wouldn't even have mentioned the name, to be honest, Indy. So she's all wound up now. I done set her off. She's like freshly wound top on the table, and it is going off.
Miss Man said she's also violating the Stafford Act, federal law banning politicians from disarming citizens in an emergency if they take federal funds.
California's gone crazy,
Federal
man. Some of the stuff that they pass.
They all are. Man.
Are you better yet, Indy? Take breathe.
Oh, really, Moose Man? Bonnie. I'm glad you brought. I didn't see that comment until you brought it up, and I'm just reading it. I didn't know that. So thank you, Bonnie and Moose Man.
Yeah, good to know, because I think that's what uppers are going to try to pull next, is some kind of an emergency thing. With the new.
Honestly, for me, my gut feeling is it's getting really, really effing scary.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's all happening at once,
Well, I'm a firm believer it's going to get a lot worse before it starts getting better.
Yep.
Yeah, that thing, October 4th. What is it? PBS?
The emergency alert for every phone.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that
Everything
already.
connected to the internet, period. All connections, even supposedly our radios, ham radios, any of it, they're all going off.
Yeah, that's some wild stuff there.
Yes.
I still do some ham radio, and I'm going to be watching that. And also, maybe they're practicing like how to warn us, because things are really coming. They want to warn us.
Well, they're picking a fight. They're picking a fight. They want a way to warn us that they've done started it. Now it's here.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's it. They want to make sure that we can be warned.
And I keep hearing about a blackout, and I don't think people realize what that would do. Like immediately, food and water would be number one. The looting, everything that would happen all at once, and then it would just continue. I mean, how many people can handle the elements? If we're at 104 degrees with no air, be kind of hard for a lot of people to handle that, or even the northern states with the freezing. Of course, they're used to it. I know the northern states are more prepared than we are for heat because with stoves, that's what I figured out. Snowmageddon, it's a lot easier to find a way to get warm than it is to get cool.
Right. Right. Yeah.
But it would
Yeah.
just the
Say,
traffic,
pray and
everything.
prep, Wolverines. That's good, Ridge
Did
Runner.
he Tennessee Road? Because a few hours, well, I was at work and listening. It was right before Indy came on, and I don't know, maybe I heard it wrong, but I heard that he was just choosing his words wisely and making it sound good. But really, what he was saying was, "I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm told." But I'm probably wrong. I usually am. I hope I heard it wrong, and I hope you're right. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had kind of heard both, so I'm not sure. I hope that he's going to defy that.
What'd I miss?
You know,
Oh,
stick
a
to the
sheriff?
Constitution. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Breathe.
Love
Just
everybody connecting in the
Hawk.
chat. Yeah. We
Hawks,
need
you got
David
it right.
Devine. Calm
Yeah,
down.
everybody, calm down. Calm
Mhm.
down.
That's somebody up here was saying if you don't have the skills, you're in trouble. And I'm sitting here thinking, well,
That's truth.
I'm in trouble then
Mhm.
because I don't know what skill he's.
I believe that God will make a way.
Yeah,
Yep.
I do. I know.
There's only so much that we can do.
Yes, and I do know a lot of
Yeah.
people and a lot of places to go. It's not.
Mm-hmm. Well, you guys, I think I need to wrap up here pretty quick. But Landon and Tiff, did you guys have one more video you wanted to play here at the end, or else I have one if one of you want to share it?
Yeah, I'll share it.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. Let's see here. I'll put it in the private chat. Thank you to everybody who's been here tonight, and you know, for everybody who came up on panel to share, everybody helping me with my connection issues and sharing screens and all that jazz. Thanks, I appreciate it. And you know, there is so much more. Yeah, there's so much more we could get into. We could make this, you know, go for another 4 hours, I think, easily. But let's continue. I know I have some other links and things shared, and I know Landon and Tiff do. And if any of you have things ever with, you know, about 9/11 or about any of these things that we talk about, you know, that you want me to share, please email it to me or get a hold of me and let me know. And, you know, I'm looking forward already to next time we are able to get together and you know, have these conversations. So thanks everybody for being here. Anybody up on panel want to say any final thoughts before we play this?
Just make your day a good day. It's up to you.
As always, thank you so much for having us, and thank you to everybody in the chat. Much love, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Indy. Thank you, chat. Everybody on panel. It's been a good show. Much appreciated.
Yes. Lots of good information and good remembering together.
Much love, much aloha to everyone, and God bless.
All right. God bless everybody. Have a good week. Much love. We're stronger together. Let's keep having these conversations, and let's never forget.
Do and don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
As I watch the smoke drift by the place where they stood, I cannot comprehend of the magnitude that all of our lives won't change of causes we don't understand. When you see of the heroes that we've grown to know, through their lives, their stories we have shared, and to those who now must ring the bell for the ones who can answer the call. On that clear September morning, it seems like it's all been a terrible dream to believe that God had chosen those who tried to help and end up be the ones left behind. Try to picture those heroes who had to stand and fight to protect those they would never know. And to all those poor souls cradled now in God's own hand, we will never forget.
Tuesday morning at 8:45, I check my watch as my cab passed the Marriott Financial Center on West Street, approaching World Trade Center 1. To say I feel very, very lucky not to have been killed in the debris from the first blast is an understatement. I saw unspeakable things and cannot yet fully comprehend what has happened. Looking at the planes crashing into the towers on TV is like looking at the Andes mountain range on TV. You can see it, but you still cannot imagine the magnitude. Yet even seeing it was surreal, watching that plane fly into the World Trade Center and vaporize.
Carry on through these dark times, though they beg you on, striking back at what can't be seen. And to all those families mourning here today, they did not die in vain.
Thank you very much, Indy.
Yeah, thank you everybody for being here. And I almost forgot. Thank you so much, Steve, for the reminder. We're actually going to do a quick prayer here. We'd wanted to do here at the end. So thank you for anybody who wants to join me, if anybody else wants to say anything up on panel. Father God, we thank you for this time together. We thank you that we're still able to gather like this to talk about these things that can get tricky and complicated. Lord, first and foremost, we want to pray for all of the family members who were impacted by loved ones who were lost on September 11th or who died later because of the effects from September 11th. We pray, God, that you would help them to know that we are thinking about them, that you're with them, that they're not alone in the questions and the anger and the hurt that they have. And Lord, we just pray for healing for them as they're mourning and as they continue to feel the loss of the lives that were lost that day. Again, God, we thank you that we're able to gather and have these conversations. And we praise you, Father, that you are giving us this time to be able to kind of figure out the reality of the situations that we're facing. And Lord, we just pray for your discernment and your peace that passes understanding as we move forward in the mire. We pray, God, that you would help us to know your will and that we would seek you out in all that we do. We pray for these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 All right. Much love, everybody. Have a great week and God bless you all.
God bless.
Thanks, guys.
Good night, everyone.